That's what you say because somebody's going out. So it's strong.
This is John. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. You sound clear. Can you try a few other mics, please?
One moment.
Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Sounds good. And how do I sound?
You sound good.
Mic
Thank
testing.
you. So let's try a few more mics, please.
Yes, mic number 8.
Sounds good.
Mic number 6. Test 1, 2,
Sounds
1,
good.
2.
Sounds good.
Mayor's mic, mayor's mic.
Sounds good.
Mic test 1, 2.
Sounds good. All right. I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Final one since I turned it on.
I'm going to kill the chamber audio and bring the music back up.
Okay. Tom, I'm going to bring the music back up. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting, please.
Yes, Mayor, go ahead, please.
I hereby call the special closed session meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Penaloza,
Present.
Councilmember Fan,
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Here.
Mayor Amescua.
Present.
Let the record show we have 5 members present.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
There are not.
Do any council members need to announce their abstentions on closed session items? Hearing from no one, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session items?
No, we do not.
Great, thank you. We will now recess this portion of the meeting to consider the items listed on the closed session agenda. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, please go ahead.
We will now reconvene. The special closed session meeting is now closed. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of the closed session?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public, there is no reportable action.
Thank you so very much. I hereby call the regular open meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Amescua.
Present. Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
Yes, to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the jurisdiction, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time.
First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. John, can I have you come up and do the Pledge of Allegiance for us, please? John Ramirez, see you back there. John. You want to come do the Pledge of Allegiance with us? No? Mike Garcia, Pledge of Allegiance. I know.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. At this time, we'll have words of inspiration to be offered by Pastor Anthony Simon, please. Would you all please stand? Pastor Simon, nice to see you.
Good to see you, Mayor and council members. I want to start this time of inspiration by quoting Genesis 39:2. It says, "And the Lord was with Joseph, and he became a successful man, serving in the household of his Egyptian master." Verse 3 says, "When his master saw that the Lord was with him and made him prosper in all that was good." The process can be beautiful depending on your attitude and how you apply it towards you. If I may quote Winston Churchill, he says, "I will no longer listen to what people say. I just watch the behaviors that they do, because behaviors never lie." So I just want to inspire you all to know that we are praying for you all, praying for your families, and praying for you as you lead us in this city. Let's bow for a word of prayer. Father, now God, how we love you and how we thank you for this day. God, we thank you for the city council. We thank you for those that are gathered here. Now, God, we pray that as we extend this business, you protect this city and protect our officials. And God, give them wisdom and knowledge that they can lead us in the path that you will have us to go. Now, God, we pray that you will continue to bless this meeting and all that will be accomplished in your name. We say amen.
Thank you very much. There was a meeting of the Housing Authority scheduled for tonight. That meeting has been canceled, and the scheduled public hearing will be held at a future date. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there is one. Staff is requesting to remove item number 13, which is a grant of an easement to Southern California Edison to allow underground power to serve a traffic signal, and that item is scheduled to return for your consideration on May 2nd.
Did you say May 2nd?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so very much. All right, we'll go on with the proclamations, please. If I can have One Legacy come up and join me, please. April is the month from the DMV that we celebrate donating to life, so please come up and join me. Thank you for being here with us. We're honored to have you with us. April is DMV/Donate Life Month. And today, more than 100,000 men, women, and children in the United States are currently waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. During DMV/Donate Life Month, we give thanks to the families and friends of donors who have supported their loved ones' decision to save lives by donating organs or tissue. By clicking yes online when you go to the DMV, when you're applying to renew your driver's license or your ID card, any person can register to be an organ donor. I myself am one. And you can be an organ donor, an eye and tissue donor, regardless of your age or medical conditions. Organ, eye, and tissue donation in the United States is more than just a pink donor dot on your driver's license. There is a well-established and experienced network of federally designated nonprofits across the country called Organ Procurement Organizations, OPOs, all working together to save lives. One Legacy is the nation's largest OPO, serving the diverse Southern California region, working with hospitals, physicians, transplant centers, and the community. One Legacy educates and facilitates donations, as well as builds a community of long-term support for the families who give the generous gift of life. Joining us today is our One Legacy ambassador, Rachel Rodriguez. She is going to share with us her grandson's story, Malachi. Did I say that right? Malachi Thomas Payne, a hero donor whose life ended too soon. I will give you this when you're done sharing. Please feel free.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here to share my grandson's story. I became a grandmother in 2010, and I was just so excited to finally have a grandchild. And I was embracing being able to go shopping and all of these different events that you're able to enjoy with grandchildren. I didn't know that it was going to be short-lived. In 2011, my family received a phone call that would forever change our lives. And that phone call said we needed to get my son to the hospital because my grandson had an accident and was now laying in a coma at 16 months old. 3 days would pass by. I'm a woman of faith, and I continued to pray for that life-saving, that the Lord would just breathe breath into my grandson. And unfortunately, that miracle didn't come. 3 days later, my grandson would be declared brain dead. And my son, Daniel, who's the baby's dad, in the darkest moment of his grief, decided to donate baby Kai's organs in the hopes of helping other children. What we didn't realize was that the Lord had a plan for Malachi before he was even born. And so our baby went on to save the lives of 4 people. He saved a 9-month-old with his liver. A 2-year-old little girl received his little heart. She had been diagnosed with cardiomyopathy, at 2 months old. This is her at the time of transplant. This is my grandson. And fast forward 12 years, she just ran a marathon. She ran the Orange County Marathon. Recently, she just did another half marathon with His Little Heart. This is the face of the beauty, the faces of beauty, the beauty of organ donation. Malachi went on to save the life of a 21-year-old who is now living a beautiful life, able to travel and make new memories with her family. And he also saved a 65-year-old. We didn't realize at the time that a child could save 2 adults. I later learned as a One Legacy ambassador that the kidney actually grows to a recipient size. And so that's how our baby Kai at 16 months old was able to save the lives of two adults. Justice came in 2014. Malachi was murdered by his mother's then boyfriend. And it was 4 weeks of learning the details of his passing. But as I shared, I'm a woman of faith. And I know that Malachi was brought here to this earth to give miracles to these families. Although I prayed for my own miracle as a grandmother, that miracle came in answered prayer for these 4 families that were desperately seeking a life-saving transplant. And so for that, our family is grateful. The very last moments that I had with my grandson, I made him a promise. And that promise was to share his story, even through the tears. And so this today is fulfillment to that promise. So I thank you in the city of Santa Ana, as this is the city that my son resides in. So it holds a special place for me. So I'm grateful. I became a One Legacy ambassador in honor of my grandson. I've been an ambassador for a decade now. So I embrace that platform to be able to share my grandson's story.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you. Yes, a round of applause, please. So what I just read to you is on this proclamation declaring this month a DMV/Donate Life Month. And thank you again for blessing us with your story. Again, I'm an organ donor. I would encourage all of you, when you renew your license or get your ID, that you get that little pink dot, because as was just shared with us, it's more than a pink dot. It saves lives. And so, again, thank you for being here with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's get a photo. You want to hold it? Okay, next one is Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, please. We can have Tethos for 20 years of outstanding contributions.
Good evening, everyone. We are here to recognize the 20-year anniversary of Jason and the company Tethos. Is that? Tethos. Tethos, yes. Okay, so Tethos has been based in the Centura building in downtown Santa Ana since 2014. and they were founded by Jason in April of 2003 as Calendar Factory, which to date is still their corporate name. And so initially their business was focused on creating calendars, creating content for global organizations, A-list celebrities, nonprofits. And with the rise of the digital era, they transitioned to the name of Tethos, a full-service creative agency offering web development, content creation, social media content management, video production, and more. And one of the core values of the company is win-win-win, right? And so that's really how they manage all their products, how they treat their clients, their customers, because they believe that it should be a win for not just their clients, but a win for the people, the animals, and our planet. And so the company is 40% owned by women, and it is also minority owned, and folks live here in the city of Santa Ana, and they are launching a nonprofit for arts education, which will launch in the second quarter of this year, 2023. And they have designed projects with over 100 design awards, and through sponsorships, they have also supported the education of children in need. And so I'm gonna let Jason talk about all the important people that you've met, but a fun fact that I wanted to share was that Jason has been married 4 times. To the same person, on 4 different continents in 4 weeks. And so that's fun. And so, you know, he is most proud of his relationships with his amazing wife, April, and their son, Adrian. And so we want to congratulate you on 20 years of success, on 20 years of being in the city of Santa Ana and contributing back to the city of Santa Ana, and for being in downtown Santa Ana. That's very important to us, and we look forward to celebrating 20 more years. So please, Jason, tell us more about your exciting life traveling around the world.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Mayor and council members. I really appreciate this, and this is a big honor. Just as an aside, my amazing wife is here, and yes, we did get married 4 times on 4 continents in 4 weeks, like crazy people, maybe because no one told us, no, we shouldn't do that. But we learned so much. And we're just happy to come back and share it with this incredible community in Santa Ana. She's a singer, and I'm a designer at heart. And it's just such an artistic, creative, incredible community. So really, I thank you guys for your leadership as a council. I thank all these amazing people here, Rachel, for what you're doing, and our fire services here. I just really thank everybody for doing such an amazing job to keep the city and make the city great. So I'm really appreciated that. So on behalf of Tethos and everyone there, thank you guys again for this honor. We really appreciate it.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
She's in theater, can you tell?
Can we ask what continents you've been married on?
Okay, we have Africa in the Maasai tribe. In the actual Maasai where they've never
Wow.
seen anybody who wasn't
Wow.
How many guests were at each wedding?
Catch up.
as many as could make it.
Jesus, because I'm trying to pay for one in North America, and it's looking expensive.
Yeah, there's one of us planning a wedding up here.
By the end, we were happy that no one came to the final one. So.
We were done being married. We're like, I'm done.
Getting married.
Getting married. Being married.
That was 12 years ago. We're still there. Thank you so much. Nice meeting you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much. Councilman Hernandez, please, and Councilman Vasquez. We can have Latino Health Access.
Bienvenidos. If we can have Latino Health Access come to the front, pásale por favor. All right, if I could have Councilmember Vasquez join us right here on this side. And first and foremost, bienvenidos aquí a la ciudad de Santana, aquí donde hacemos buen trabajo por la comunidad. I just want to thank our neighbors for being here today. We are declaring April 4th with a proclamation, making this National Child Abuse Prevention Month. We are presenting this proclamation to Latino Health Access, and I have the honor of being joined by my colleague, Councilmember Vasquez. And so April is National Child Abuse Prevention Month. It was first declared as Child Abuse Prevention Month in 1983 by presidential proclamation. The same year, the Orange County Child Abuse Prevention Center was formed under the Reagan administration. This month, families and communities work together to acknowledge and prevent child abuse, providing an environment that is safe, healthy, and secure for our children and families requires the collaboration of all sectors in our community. And finishing up this presentation will be my colleague, Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you. Thank you. I really want to appreciate Latino Health Access. We've always been doing work, and they've been doing work in the community. And they've been doing, Latino Health Access has been providing services for Santa Ana community for over 29 years. They have worked with our communities to ensure our children and youth grow up in a place where they feel secure, protected, and free of violence. I'm going to add that this includes affordable housing, that families don't have to rent out a garage, don't have to rent out a room, don't have to rent out the sofa, and they have a secure place for the families. So that's included in their fight, and I appreciate all the fights that you guys took on and the ones we have in the future to provide more affordable housing. They have taken on a comprehensive approach not only to increasing awareness about child abuse prevention through workshops, resource fairs, and programs, but also providing educational opportunities for families to learn to identify and break cycles of violence for future generations. Today, the City of Santa Ana recognizes the month of April as National Abuse Prevention Month, and as a community, we all do our very best to protect our children.
Por favor. Sí. Aquí está su casa, por favor, si quieren hablar.
Ok. Muy buenas noches. Pues les damos las gracias, principalmente porque pues yo tengo esta pequeña muñeca y y les queremos agradecer siempre por permitirnos estar aquí y saber que contamos con ustedes. Gracias.
Absolutamente, gracias.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias y gracias por todo su apoyo que nos están dando y nosotros siempre estaremos para defender a los niños. Gracias.
Before we go, I want to ask any of you. It's very impactful when you also are engaged and you guys share your insights. A lot of kids who are going to be impacted by this presentation. I want to encourage any of you to be honest. ¿Alguien más quiere decir algo antes que nos vamos?
Bye.
Decimos Latino Health Access? Can we get a countdown? 1, 2, 3. Latino Health Access. Y la comunidad. Hay otra más. Gracias. Gracias por todos estar aquí.
Okay, final presentation tonight will be made by Councilmember Becerra. Where is Councilmember Becerra? Councilmember Becerra, would like to recognize Orange County Fire Authority and Santa Ana Police Department. Oh, thank you. Santa Ana Police Department dispatchers. Ooh, I'm gonna put this on.
If I could go ahead and have Santa Ana's finest police dispatchers and OCFAs. Let's see, we have one tonight. It's only because the others had so many awards they couldn't bring them all tonight, but that's a whole other story.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
So back in 1994, President Bill Clinton signed, Presidential Proclamation 6667, declaring the second week of April as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. So this year, National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week is April 9th through 15th, so we're celebrating just a little bit early. The week was started back in 1981 by Patricia Anderson of the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department to celebrate and thank the telecommunications staff who dedicate their lives to serving the public. Public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our first responders. They monitor their activities by radio, provide them with essential information, and ensure their safety. They contribute substantially to the apprehension of criminals, the suppression of fires, and to life-saving treatment of patients. Now tonight, not only do we get to honor the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep the city of Santa Ana and its residents safe, I also get to do a little bit of bragging here. So we have some amazing individuals that serve the city of Santa Ana as OC Fire Authority dispatchers, as well as Santa Ana PD dispatchers. So I have the honor of serving as the Santa Ana representative on the OC Fire Authority board. And at our March board meeting, we got to recognize 3 APCO award-winning dispatchers that serve in OCFA's Emergency Command Center. So APCO is the Association of Public Safety Communication Officers. And first, I'd like to recognize Michelle Geiger. Where's Michelle? There she is, Michelle. Michelle, real quickly, Michelle was awarded the APCO Telecommunicator of the Year for consistently performing at a superior level. And so I mentioned earlier that our other 2 telecommunicators couldn't be here with us. I wanted to still recognize them, both of them being award winners that we recognized at the board meeting. One was Grace Romero. Now, Grace started her career here in Santa Ana at the Santa Ana Fire Department before she transitioned over to OCFA in 2012. Grace was recognized for her outstanding performance by an individual in fire. And then the third dispatcher that we recognized was Certified Training Officer Kelsey Ternagle, who prior to becoming a dispatcher, was an EMT here in the city of Santa Ana. She was awarded the Certificate of Merit for Communications Training Officers. And also with us tonight, as you can see behind me, is Santa Ana Police Department's Communication Division. And we have a few more than I thought we were going to have, but nonetheless, we have Monique Quinones. Now, Monique is a dispatcher who's been with SAPD for 8 years. She's a communications training officer who has trained a total of 342 hours over the past year. She also prepares discovery requests for the district attorney's office. Also, we have Helen Hernandez. Now, Helen's been with the department for 22 years, and she's a member of the department's uniform committee. She was named Dispatcher of the Year in 2009 and 2019. She is also a communications training officer and has been the lead dispatcher from 2018 to 2022. She was selected by the city to attend the Leadership Development Cohort for Public Agencies at Cal State Fullerton back in 2018. She holds a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Waldorf University. Oops. And then last but certainly not least, we have Jasmine Epperson. And she's been a dispatcher with the department for 6 years. She is also a communications training officer and member of the department's peer support team. She was promoted to the lead dispatcher role in 2022, and she was named Dispatcher of the Year in 2020. So SAPD communications personnel answer all incoming calls from throughout the city. They dispatch and monitor up to 70 police officers in the field at any given time. In 2022, SAPD communications personnel answered 114,293 911 calls and 446,362 non-emergency calls. Take that in for a second. SAPD dispatchers dispatched 127,905 calls for service, including field observation incidents called in by officers over the radio. In 2022, SAPD communication service officers received and reviewed almost 5,000 online and telephone crime reports and wrote approximately 3,000 police reports. So we are very blessed here in this city that we have such hardworking and talented dispatchers serving our city's residents and businesses. So on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, it's my honor to declare April 9th through 15th National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week here in the city of Santa Ana. If you would please give all these ladies a round of applause. So real quick, I'd like to go ahead and hand out some of these certificates. So as I mentioned earlier, Michelle. Thank you. And then Monique Quinones, who is not here tonight. Helen Hernandez. Jasmine Epperson. And then Monique. So I'm going to put you on the spot since you're the award winner. Would you like to come up and say a few words?
Sure, no problem. I just want to say thank you first and foremost. I try very hard every day to really show my passion for this industry because that's really what it is. It's more than a job for me, and somehow, somewhere, or someone, it was noticed, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
And from PD?
First of all, thank you, Mayor and council members, for allowing us and giving us this recognition. It's really appreciated because dispatch is usually, the unseen voices. I wanted to share an inspirational story. So not all calls that we get in dispatch require police response. A lady called one time, this was several years ago before resources were available that we have now. 211 had transferred her to us because she wanted food. So there's no way for me to send an officer to take her food. I felt bad. I sent an officer out to her. I didn't generate a call for service. I sent a message to an officer who was on duty, asked him, can you please go check on this lady for me and tell me if it's something that it's true what she's saying, that she has no food, she was in a wheelchair, she was alone. He did happen to go out to her house, and he messaged me back and said, yes, it was confirmed. And I told him, I'll give you money so she can buy groceries. He's like, I already took care of it. So that is something that I did above and beyond what my job required, but the job that I have I'm passionate about it. So that I just want to share an inspirational story with you.
So we are very fortunate to have these folks working for us here in Santa Ana. So again, let's just give them one more round of applause. For words of inspiration, does that have to be a religious person? Or land recognition? Michelle or one of the, Michelle?
All right, there's one staff presentation tonight. After that, we'll go into public comments. Madam City Manager, will you please introduce the presentation?
We actually have our Executive Director of Community Development going to do the introduction for you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, and thank you for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of course. So Robin McNair, our Chair of the Arts and Culture Commission, will be coming up, and I want to thank her, all our commissioners, as well as Tram Lee from our staff for doing such a great job. I've been very impressed with the work they're doing.
Good evening, Mayor Mesqua and City Council members and City staff and our community members. It's my pleasure to be here as the Chair of the Arts and Culture Commission tonight to present to you, which I hope is the first of an annual presentation before the City Council, to serve as a role to keep you informed in our capacity as advisors and how we support the work that the arts and culture staff is doing. So next slide, please. Just to give you a little bit of history, the Arts and Culture Commission was formally created in 2014 because the city saw a need for formalizing that and creating a system of support because a lot of things were happening organically in the city. And so we formally created a commission. Between 2014 and 2016, that commission began to activate community voices and bring arts and culture leaders, thought leaders together to reach out to the community and develop a 10-year arts and culture master plan. And I am pleased to say that I got to be involved in that process, and that was formally approved unanimously by the City Council in 2016. And then we saw the need to create support for infrastructure to manage all the aspects of that 10-year master plan. So we hired a city arts and culture specialist who is Tram Lee. And that way we can look at all the pieces and keep the master plan alive in the city. So next slide, please. To just restate, as per our website, the Arts and Culture Commission was created to act as an advisory body to the city manager and the city council and make recommendations regarding policies, guidelines, and promotion of arts and culture activities to encourage economic development and to celebrate the city's unique cultural heritage. Next slide, please. So this is some of the work that the Arts and Culture Commission does and what we help support. One of the ways is funding to the community. These are initiatives that support artists and arts organizations to realize their projects to activate community spaces and places. One of them, started in 2015, was the Investing in the Artists grant, which we have continued to do and just have to date distributed a total of $675,000 to 81 individual artists and arts organizations, ranging from $2,000 to almost $20,000 per grant. And another one that started in 2022 was sponsorships for the arts, where the City Council allowed us to distribute a total of $100,000 to 31 art events. And funding ranged from $177 to $8,543. 55% of those recipients had never received any funding before from the city, and that includes 5 neighborhood associations. Other ways that the commission supports is through offering themes for the grants and helping to select recipients in addition to attending those events that were sponsored and funded by those in those ways. Next slide, please. Another way that we support is commissioned public art. So next slide, please. These are art projects that the City Council calls for, and we have a public call for art and a process for those selections to be made. These include the utility box art programs, also started in 2015, where since then we have painted and restored 40 utility boxes through 4 phases. These are located mainly along Main and Bristol Street, and all are covered in anti-graffiti coating. And the example that we show up there is by Brennan Roach, a local Santa Ana artist, and that's located at Main and Civic Center. We also worked with the Coyote sculpture at Willits and Sullivan. This was the first public sculpture that was called for by the City Council. And it was unveiled in January 2022 in a beautiful ceremony and a collaboration between the city, the school district, and the neighborhood associations. You see a picture of the unveiling created by artist Larry Gonzalez, and this was done in honor of David Vasquez, a Santa Ana resident who taught the Nahuatl language and culture. And finally, we're working on the downtown Santa Ana parking structure mural, which is coming up. And part of a way to engage the community is we've sought surveys and feedback to inform the content of the mural. And we've received over 100 responses. And that will be scheduled for later this year. Next slide, please. Another way that we work with Commission Public Art is we collaborate with city agencies, including the Public Works Agency, the Planning and Building Agency, the Parks and Recreation, and Community Service Agency, and the library. And so, for example, we've been working on the historic South Main project, where we've reviewed hundreds of applications for bus shelter art, sidewalk poetry, and crosswalk art. So there's an example of a bus shelter. And we also commissioned 8 fitness courts, and featured here is a mural by local artist Jean Jimenez. Next slide, please. We are also collaborating with other nonprofit organizations. For example, with Travel Santa Ana, we're creating online walking tours, and this is featuring public artwork, sculptures, murals, the utility boxes, artwork on SAUSD campuses and other things that will be one of the attractionary pieces to coming to Santa Ana and experiencing what we have to offer here. Next slide, please. We have some wonderful upcoming programming as we do community programming and support that. This year, we are piloting a graffiti arts program called Bridging the Gap Graffiti Arts Program. And this is a way of building pipelines and opportunities for our youth. It's a year-long initiative with multidisciplinary public arts program. We want to inspire civic leadership and community pride in our youth through the creation of murals and help our youth understand the significance of murals, and particularly in Santa Ana, and then nurture mentorship opportunities between professional muralists and the youth. Another thing that we've been working on is a mural restoration program and coming up with a process to catalog and identify and survey existing murals and identify a process for restoring and making sure that they're kept maintained. Next slide, please. As we look ahead, next slide, we're very excited to share with you that we're working on an Arts and Economic Prosperity report. This is a report done in collaboration with Americans for the Arts, who is helping us compile this report. The report, called the AEP6, is only done every 5 years. So this is the first time Santa Ana has done that. And it is intended, it's a national study of the economic impact of spending by nonprofit arts and culture organizations and their audiences. And this is a way for us to get data pertaining directly to the city of Santa Ana. And because our guiding principles and part of our mission is to be inclusive, there is a BIPOC element to the surveys that we're doing. We have to get 800 surveys by May, and many of our grant recipients have been helping us to collect these surveys, and this is also what many of the arts and culture commissioners are out and doing, collecting the surveys. This data will inform us along with the Otis report, which is an annual report commissioned by the Otis College of Art and Design, which helps us get information about California's creative industries who form an essential part of the overall creative economy. And we live in the U.S. creative economy capital right here. Additionally, the Arts and Culture Commissioners conduct studies and research in subcommittees around the Arts and Culture Master Plan to develop actionable plans for things that we can do without funding and plan for when funding comes. And we also network with the arts and culture throughout Orange County and beyond to learn about what other cities are doing to inform the work that we're doing here. And that concludes our report. We appreciate and thank our elected officials for their continued commitment and support for the arts, including funding the arts, as it has allowed us to continue expanding beyond our first 5 years of the Arts and Culture 10-year master plan. As we look to the future and understand the economic impact study, I am sure that we will continue to collaborate around sustaining the arts and culture in Santa Ana, and that resources will continue to be allocated to demonstrate our commitment to this viable economic engine that attracts more people to come live, work, and play in our great city. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. If there are no questions, we're good. Councilman Hernandez?
I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, Robin. I'm ecstatic to see all of the work being done on this commission. I know that you are a passionate leader, outside of our community, all throughout the state for arts. So I just want to thank you on behalf of the young people of Ward 5 and thank my colleagues because the graffiti arts program was an idea that was brought to life here at the dais, and so was the mural arts restoration program. So none of that wouldn't have happened without this body here. So I just also want to thank my colleagues for their innovation in bringing these ideas forward and funding them. And we look forward to getting you a more robust budget.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. We appreciate it.
Councilman Becerra?
Just want to thank the Arts Commission and thank you, Robin, for your leadership. Excellent presentation, and thank you, staff, for having them come to us and provide that presentation.
Thank you.
Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you, Robin, for the presentation and your commission as well. With the 800 surveys that are required by May 2023, what gave you that number? Is that just like a standard?
That's what is recommended by the national.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the national platform.
Are we close to achieving, getting
we're
the
nearing it. We're pushing really hard. There's always that getting to the summit.
Yeah.
So we are pushing very hard.
I know last summer I did see my Commissioner Gallegos, without me even asking. I saw him at a movies in the park, and I was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I'm collecting surveys." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." So happy to see that our commissioners are out there. If we could help in any capacity, if you could forward to me that survey, I'd happily like to share it, or probably
Absolutely.
won't go door to door to
We'll
do
get you
it.
a
But
clipboard and a QR code.
yeah, I'll share as
you
much
out
as
there.
I can. And no, I haven't seen anything on the city side. Maybe I missed it, but if we could also send out some mass emails to help get those surveys in, that'd be a good thing to do.
Thank you. We're to collect surveys, just to be clear, at each event. We only have to get up to 50 at one particular event, and that gives us enough information about that. But what it does is it captures data around what are people spending to go to those events and how
Okay.
that has an economic impact on our city.
Perfect. Easter events coming up. I know that's a popular one, so make sure to
Yes.
you have people out there. Thank you.
I'll work with staff to make sure you get that
Perfect.
information.
Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. I really appreciate the presentation. I hope we see more. I know Commissioner Russell is very, very involved with downtown Santa Ana, really a lot of the artists that live here. So I just wanted to give you an invitation and the commissioners to come back soon before our budget processes start so that we hear what recommendations, what projects you would like us to fund in the future.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, of course.
I accept on behalf of the commission. We're happy to come back.
Councilman Vazquez?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Robin, for your service as commissioner to the Santa Ana Unified School District. I really appreciate everything you've done to this for the whole city as a whole. I love it. I base I'm a high school history teacher, but so much is part of it is in art that I appreciate your support and helping me expand that to my classroom and my kids, and I love it. And like Councilmember Jesse Lopez says, we hope we could get you the funds to support these art projects throughout the years and not just that one-time revive money, but continue moving forward because the work you do is amazing. The way you spread out, and it's just not one org, but it's city-based, so we all get to enjoy the art throughout the city. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We do have a robust arts and culture community, and the school district is building sustainable things, and there's been a big surge there. So we're looking forward to the abundance in continuing to build these pipelines. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman Finn?
I took AP Art, but it didn't get very far. So maybe I'm a little bit bitter because I didn't get a grant, but I'm just kidding.
I did want to actually bring up something. It might be more for Director Garcia, and this is regarding two items that this council has already budgeted for, which is, and I did watch one of your meetings on the Little Saigon sign, as well as historic Chinatown. And this council budgeted for it. I want to make sure that we expend these dollars within the fiscal year and really move forward, because I know there's robust discussion, but I know at the Arts and Culture Commission there was no action. So I did want to ask that, because this is it, right? You're in the spotlight, and these are going to be big, long-term, not just art pieces, but cultural and historical markers for our community. So I look forward to that, and hopefully we'll be there at the unveiling. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to supporting that, continuing it.
Robin, thank you for the presentation, and I love seeing all this. I'm a huge supporter. While I was on the school board, supported the arts, and here as the mayor. So thank you. I look forward to working with you some more.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
All right, this is the time of the meeting for the city council to receive comments from the public on agenda, non-agenda items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the city council may not enter into discussion. At this time, we will now hear from members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber first, and then hear from those on the conference call or Zoom. But I do want to ask a question, Madam Clerk. How many are on Zoom? Just one?
We have one hand raised.
Okay, so let's do the Zoom call-in since it's just one, and then we'll do public comments from those that are present, please.
Caller with phone number ending in 410. Please dial *6 from your phone or select the microphone icon to unmute from your device and proceed with your comment.
Hello, am I on? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, you can start my time. Hi, Victor Mendez, Ward 3. Briefly, so First Street was impacted by a huge influx of transient, homeless individuals and drugs on Saturday, March 21st. And this kind of continued on, relatively abated thanks in part to the police department and, of course, with dispatchers. It kind of reduced the situation significantly. And as of 3 p.m. today, I would say it's largely resolved. But over that 10-day period, my only observation was this: drugs. First Street has a serious drug problem. Now, we also have affordable housing for families. They live right next to me. We have affordable housing for seniors where I live. And we also have permanent supportive housing to help families move forward with their life. They live right across the street from me. We need help. We need to eradicate drugs from First Street. We need to do this humanely and legally, but it's a very serious problem. And it disturbs me deeply as a senior citizen. It disturbs me deeply to know children are being exposed to that. So I call upon the council to hold the city manager and the chief of police accountable for this drug problem we are facing now on First Street. Secondly, on the issue of Mr. Delgado and his appointment to serve as commissioner, I just see the council will have to determine the final outcome on this. All I can say in this 24/7, 365 social media environment that we find ourselves in, one has to always look at one's judgment behind these posts, and whether or not that post is legitimate or not remains to be seen. But I think judgment comes into play here. Furthermore, many people have been reassigned or fired from positions of higher authority for equal or lesser offenses. So just trying to keep that in mind. The decision is yours. The judgment is yours. And, after you just exercise good judgment in that respect. Have a good night and best of luck in this meeting. Bye-bye.
Yes, Mayor, that concludes the Zoom comments. Stating for the record, we did receive and distribute and post 4 email comments, 1 resident in support of item 28, and 3 non-agenda comments related to homelessness, this police department dispatch calls, and the Riverview Golf Course lease.
Thank you very much. Okay, first person up, please, Stephen Hart, please.
Thank you, Mayor Amezcua and council members, for granting me an opportunity to address the council tonight regarding the future of Santa Ana's Riverview Golf Course. My name is Stephen Hart. I have been the leaseholder and operator of Riverview Golf for the past 35 years. After reading an article in the Voice of OC, I believe there are some misconceptions in these chambers about what exactly Riverview Golf means to this community. Riverview has been an asset to our community since 1962, when Novel James converted the city's concrete dump into a small 9-hole golf course. In 1988, we assumed operation of the facility and converted the 9-hole course into a championship-length 18-hole golf course. The course was an immediate success with the community. We offered a quality golf course with the best greens in all of Orange County at prices that fit even the most meager of family budgets. We offer golf for as low as $19 per person. We built a 25,000 square foot putting course that we made available to the community at no cost. In 1993, 5 years after we opened the 18-hole golf course, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, working with the County of Orange, approached Riverview with the news that construction of the Santa Ana River Main Stem Improvement Project would permanently close the course by converting the river to a concrete-lined trapezoidal channel. Riverview went to work to save the golf course. We engaged the services of a team of hydraulic engineers and directed them to redesign the original core plans so that the golf course could be reconstructed following the channel improvements. Our plan was eventually approved and Riverview was reborn again. That was 28 years ago. Our design provided for a soft bottom river channel allowing for water percolation and a natural habitat for waterfowl, amphibians, and other animals. Today, Riverview serves as outdoor open space recreation for over 100,000 local residents annually. They come from all walks of life and all age groups, from 2 years of age to 100 years old. We are the home course for 8 high school golf teams, including the Samueli Academy of Santa Ana. These teams have no other place to play. Our junior golf camps that serve kids from ages 5 through 13 fill to capacity from spring through summer. We provide a vital source of outdoor recreation to a large population of senior citizens who make up to 20% of our golfers. Our driving range is always busy with people practicing and learning the game. And I'm going to move on here. Riverview is already open space enjoyed by many. I implore you to please come to visit Riverview in person and check out our website photo gallery at riverviewgolf.com.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you. Richard Garcia. After Richard Garcia would be Peyton Garcia, please.
Good evening, councils. Mayor, I want to thank you guys for taking the time to listen. I'm here with regards to Riverview also. I was actually born and raised in Mexico. When I came here, I knew no English, had no background on how things worked around here. Riverview gave me an outlet where I could socialize with people, learn the language, learn the sport, and make a lot of life-lasting family friends. It is an impeccable place to be and to be part of. It is a crucial part of this community. My son was born with special needs. He'll speak next. And as you'll see him, he's 20 years old, weighs about 97 pounds, and he's an incredible golfer. And he learned everything he knows through Riverview Golf Club. He is a teacher, instructor for all the junior kids. It keeps youth away from gangs, away from any negativity, and teaches them all about life and things that are morally right with society. Riverview is an impeccable place to be. It's a family-oriented, community-oriented facility, and the family that runs it is an impeccable support to the community. And it just needs to stay. It's been there for as long as I can remember, and my life would not be what it is today without it. And that's a genuine comment. And you guys need to partake in that. And you guys seriously need to reconsider closing that lease to these people because it is a viable place for Santa Ana. It would disappear. Where would high schools play? Where would your youth, where would they go? You know, you're trying to keep them out of gangs. You're trying to keep them out of all this negativity. Rise up. Keep that place open. Give them life. They deserve it. They work really hard and the place is impeccable. You guys need to come out and visit, please. We implore you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Peyton Garcia.
Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor. I'm Payne Garcia. Like my dad said, I literally am 20 years old. I weigh 95 pounds, soaking wet. I learned how to golf at Riverview my whole entire life. I learned how to swing. I learned everything. I coached and mentored with Robert Stevens. You can text him, email him, anything. But what Riverview means to me is Riverview held a tournament for me. I had to go through mountains of surgeries when I was little. They raised over $4,000 for me for my surgeries, and I don't know where I would be without them today. And it's just not fair to close that Riverview golf course for the golfers and for the community, because I think all the little kids over there, they're learning how to golf with Robert. They're learning how to be social. They're learning how to do everything with their life, and I just think that's not fair. And there's high school students trying to get out there, trying to get more interactive with the sport. It's not fair. So, thank you again.
Thank you. Stan Fear.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak here. I'm here to talk about the neighborhood. I live next to Riverview Golf Course, and I've lived there for, well, since 1986, so a few years. And Riverview's been a part of the community. And when we found out the plan was to turn it into a park, we talked to the neighborhood and talked to our neighbors. And last week had a neighborhood association meeting, and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez attended that. I appreciate that. And overwhelmingly, our neighbors are opposed to converting the golf course into a park for many reasons, but losing that positive part of our neighborhood is the main reason. We don't want to lose those. I played golf with my kids there when they grew up. When my kids come to visit, we go challenge each other to 18 holes of putting on the 18-hole putting green. I hope to take my grandchildren there to play. And we just appreciate the course for what it is. And we know how well the park next door is taken care of, and we're just afraid, you know, we expand to a 30-acre park that Santa Ana owns. What happens to the other 80 acres that are there? And who takes care of that, and how's it going to be managed and taken care of? And we know that the golf course will be taken care of, and who takes care of it. And there's people there 24 hours a day watching out for the property, and it's secured in the evenings, and we'd like to keep that safety and that asset to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Sue Pollock.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Sue Pally from Ward 4, and I have some
Can you bring your mic down a little bit for me,
Sure.
Sue, please? Thank you.
I'm Sue Palick from Ward 4, and I have some comments regarding the Pell program in the last meeting, and I'm fired up. Councilman Vasquez, I want to address you. You obviously did not do your homework before you spoke last council meeting about the Pell program. Your protest of the fire station conversion looked to me like just another lame-brained, ultra-far-left tactic to continue to denigrate our police and the Pell program. You tried so hard, but it didn't work. We only gathered more support for the Pell, including mine, and you fired up the silent majority. PAL is overwhelmingly successful with kids. There's a waiting list to join, and parents love it. In the future, I'll have a lot more to say about it, but for now, I want to tell you that there are library books and library services at the McFadden PAL, so it's a nice try. To me, you don't seem to understand some of the serious needs of our kids today, or perhaps you just don't want the police to have any positive influence in this city. Why would that be? Is it the political-driven anti-police indoctrination of the next generation, starting with the kids, to defund the police? Is that the goal, neighborhood by neighborhood? To me, that's criminal. Our kids should not be political footballs. Teenagers are participating in TikTok life-endangering challenges after school, getting into big-time criminal trouble all over Orange County. Libraries are not going to save our kids. I recently read about 4 teens at a dog park who grabbed a woman's dog and threw it into traffic while she watched in absolute horror, and this was local. I wonder if they were on the way to the library. In this electronic age, kids need human interaction, support, and direction. I don't know that you get it. I thank God for our police officers who are trying to do something for our kids and our teens. And to any of you who hold back the success of PAL, you will have to look into the eyes of these kids and explain yourselves as well to the parents. We need some town halls, and I don't think most of you up there would be able to stand the heat in the kitchen on this subject. One more thing. You've spent so much time in libraries, and this really bugs me because I learned this in 3rd grade. It's not library, it's library. You know, I want to give a shout out to Ricky from the McFadden PAL. He was here to talk about how PAL affected him, and it's because of him that I'm here tonight. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Charlie Andres. After Charlie is Gabriel Montoya. If you can come up and sit in the front, please. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Charlie Andres, and I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Ana, and I've also been teaching history for Santa Ana Unified School District for the last 25 years. I am speaking in opposition of turning Riverview Golf Course into a public park. There are several reasons why the golf course should not become a park. First, and most importantly, is that Riverview provides opportunities for the residents, especially the youth. There is a passage in the mission statement that says that the city will provide opportunities for the youth, and I think this applies. Riverview is not Santa Ana Country Club, where membership costs $100,000, but rather a place where boys and girls of Santa Ana can participate in summer camps, practice putting with their parents and grandparents, and represent their high schools by playing high school matches there. I personally know of 3 young men from Santa Ana who took lessons and practiced at Riverview and used their golf skills to participate in high school golf and guide their direction to college. They would not have had that opportunity if Riverview had not been located in Santa Ana. Also, Riverview provides affordability to residents of Santa Ana. Golf clubs like Black Gold, Tustin Ranch, and Miles Square charge 3 or 4 times the amount than Riverview. A bucket of practice balls at Riverview is less than half the price at other practice facilities. Riverview also provides affordable instruction for people to learn the game of golf. In addition, there are 3 competitive golf clubs at Riverview that people could join at a reasonable cost. The uniqueness of the course should be considered in a decision to keep Riverview a golf facility. I have played golf around the country and state, and I've never played a course like Riverview. The layout of the course on the river, as well as the putting facility, make Riverview one of a kind. The uniqueness should be acknowledged as something special in the city of Santa Ana. The final reason why Riverview should remain a golf course is not a public park is the current state of the parks in Santa Ana. Alona Park, which is adjacent to Riverview, is rarely in use by the residents of the community. In addition, the access of the proposed park to the Santa Ana River would create an invitation to homeless to camp out in very large numbers. Even now, with golfers playing from sunup to sundown, homeless reside under the bridges. I can't imagine what this property would look like unsupervised and unattended. Please consider these reasons I have provided for keeping Riverview a golf course instead of a public park in making your decisions. I think Riverview is providing more opportunities to the residents of Santa Ana than you can give credit for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gabriel Montoya, followed by Ruby Vallejo. If you can please wait up here, Ruby. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Gabe Montoya. I've spoken here before. I'm an EMT. I actually served as an EMT in Orange County with Care Ambulance a number of years ago before I worked for Kaiser Permanente. And I'm also a rank and file executive board member for SEIU UHW. I'm talking here tonight because I really want to discuss the urgency in what we're dealing with in healthcare. We have a worker shortage in healthcare that we are going to begin to fill increasingly as we see the baby boomer generation starting to retire, as we see the effects of long COVID that is having on communities around us, including Santa Ana. In California, it is projected that by 2024, California will have a shortage of over 500,000 healthcare workers across the state. Santa Ana will be no exception. But here's where Santa Ana stands. Santa Ana, for the city of its size, we can consider the seat city of Orange County to be kind of a healthcare hub for this city. I mean, for this entire county. For the size of your city, you have 3 hospitals and 6 dialysis clinics, right? And then we have integrated systems within the city like Kaiser Permanente clinics. And so why does this matter to Santa Ana? Because as we're moving forward and as this crisis begins to grow and participate across the state and in this city, it's gonna be seen by the citizens that you all serve, the constituents. They're gonna feel it. But not only are they gonna feel it in ways of getting doctor's appointments and what their service looks like in the hospital, eventually they're gonna see what we're seeing in LA County where patients are waiting over 5 or 6 hours in an emergency room for their children to be seen, right? Which becomes devastating, right? Especially if you're someone who's having to go there for the first time for an emergency. And what do we tell them? How do we explain this? Well, I can tell you as an emergency tech myself in a local ER that a lot of this has to do with short staffing. We cannot underestimate the importance of healthcare workers on this community. And so why do we talk about raising a healthcare minimum wage to $25 an hour? Because healthcare workers in Santa Ana are serving this community diligently, and yet they cannot afford to live in the city that they serve. And I'm not just talking about the nurses and doctors that we hear about on news channels across the US over the past 3 years. I'm talking about health aides. I'm talking about CNAs, about transporters. These are folks that some of them are only making $19 an hour, $21 an hour on average. When a $19 an hour employee goes to pay rent, it is 73% of their pre-taxed income in the city of Santa Ana to rent 1-bedroom apartment here in this city. And so how do we expect these people to continue to serve this community when they're literally being priced out of healthcare in an industry that serves this community in a big way? Thank you.
Thank you. Ruby Vallejo?
Good evening, Mrs. Valeria. My name is Ruby Vallejo. I'm working in the hospital for 34 years. Okay, I've been working in the hospital for 34 years, and I started with the housekeeper. I went to take my CNA, and I work in labor and deliver for 16 years, and after that, they cut my position. So I went to Central Supply. So now I'm working in the Central Supply and making $21 to be working 34 years. So I love to work in the hospital because it's like a small hospital. And I hope they never close because it's in the middle of the Santa Ana and it's a small community. So I hope they help us to raise the minimum. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia Bernal? Followed by Nellie Legaspi.
Buenas noches, señora alcaldesa. Buenas noches, señores del consejo. Mi nombre es Alicia Bernal y yo vengo a contar un poquito de mi historia. Yo cuido a mi sobrino tiene autismo y él es muy duro cuidar a un niño, para mí es un niño de 30 años, lo sigo cuidando. No ha sido fácil y también vengo a hablar sobre los trabajadores que trabajan en las clínicas, en los hospitales, que yo con un niño se me ha hecho duro. Imagínense esas personas que trabajan en los hospitales que tienen 10 pacientes, 13 pacientes. Imagínense lo duro que es ser para ellos y no tener un salario con el que puedan vivir tranquilos, con el que puedan vivir sin tener que estarse comiendo las uñas cada mes para poder pagar la renta, para traer la comida a las mesas a sus familias. Yo lo digo porque lo vivo y es duro. Y yo les pido de favor que apoyen, que se logre que los trabajadores puedan ganar $25 la hora, el minimum wage. Y les doy las gracias. Buenas noches.
Gracias.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Alicia Bernal, and I want to tell you a little bit of my story. I care for my nephew who has autism, and it's hard to take care of this child. I call him a child even though he's 30 years old. He's a 30-year-old child, and it's not easy. And I'm here to support the workers who work at the clinics and hospitals. And if with one child, it's very hard to take care of him, imagine them having 10 or 13 patients, and they do not have a salary that satisfies their needs. They need to worry every month. They need to worry about bringing food for their families. And I'm here to ask you to support a minimum wage of $25 per hour for these workers. Thank you and good evening.
Nellie?
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Mayor. I'm Nellie Legaspi, Personnel Commissioner and Chairwoman. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of appointing Fernando Delgado as a commissioner for the Police Oversight Commission. My reason being is the pastor put the words that I was trying to come up with perfectly. Don't judge a person by what they say, which social media is words. That's what it is. Judge a person by what they do, how they walk their life. Since I met Fernando 2 years ago, I have watched him be an excellent father, a very active, proactive community member. He's at so many events. He came to our events that we put on. He was very interactive with all of us, very respectful. Even if he didn't know the culture, he was still very respectful. We want our commissioners to be reflective of the community that it serves, which is what we do as commissioners. We serve the community at your will. And Fernando is very representative of a lot of the community members. They vocalize what they think, but their actions speak differently. He holds himself to utmost respect. He carries himself very old school values that we don't see very often amongst people anymore. He reminds me of one of my sons, actually two of my sons, because of the same age bracket. Opening doors, giving a seat to an elder, offering water to elders, making sure everyone is taken care of in the community. I've watched him at events that were dangerous to be at. And I was there, and he was making sure I was protected and other people were protected and elders were protected. That's what we want in our representatives. Appointments as commissioners, we hold a responsibility. We are a reflection of you, our council members, and the communities that we serve. We are a direct reflection. Social media is so objective. If you're not cognizant of who tags you and who puts your name to something, you have no clue what's being put out there. Me personally, nobody gets to tag me on anything unless I say it's okay. I have to approve it. That's just me being extremely paranoid, because I've had that happen to me in the past where somebody tags me on something and it has nothing to do with my belief system at all. And then I gotta go unfriend them and delete it and apologize to everybody that was offended. That's a lot of micromanaging to do. So don't judge Fernando by some post that someone wants to assume that he put up. Look at his deeds and how he carries himself as a community member. And I'm telling you, I do not vouch for anybody that I don't feel comfortable that would be representing us well as a commissioner. I myself am very cognizant of what's on my social media and how I conduct myself in public. Even speaking here today, I'm only doing it because I really feel that you will be satisfied with how he conducts himself. Now let's remember something. This oversight commission is going to be watched. They're going to be watched even more than the personnel commission is. And we're the ones that hold the hearings.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much. Good night.
Carl Benninger, please. Followed by Sam Lizardi, followed by Alex Montepeg. I'm sorry if I say that wrong.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Carl Benninger from Ward 4. I just realized the other day I'm a 44-year member of Santa Ana. I can't believe it's been that long. But I want to talk a couple issues. First, I want to thank the city for putting together a Zoom meeting that talks about how to have an event in the city. Between Monique and Frank and Brittany, I believe was the other gal's name, they took this area of confusion and really simplified it and made it understandable. So anyone that hears my voice, you can now plan your events in the city. It's well documented how to do it, and they'll help you through it. So I want to thank the city for that on it. I also want to talk to, and I'm glad the lady in front of me mentioned it, because when I was in management, we always looked at people's actions to see if they really matched the words that they said. And I was very hurt last week. I lost 3 people in Vietnam. One of them was a gentleman by the name of Bernard Pavlak. And Bernard and I was only a year difference, but I grew up in a rough area of Detroit. And Bernard let it be known that you messed with me, you messed with him. So he was my protector on it. And so to see that staged photograph, I looked into that. That photograph was staged by East German. Shows really insensitivity because it was issued on March 8th. Which is my birthday. It's just not even a month ago. And then I'm not very good at looking at social media or looking at line, but I easily could find statements attributed to him where if all police funds were good to social programs, we have no crime. Boy, I don't know what that's smoking, but we need some of that stuff because that just isn't true. And so, and he's also a Marxist. He's supporting a government which wants to take away everybody's rights. And so this illogic. We don't need this on a police commission. We need understanding, logical people with the issues they're going to have. And this commission is really going to be the most important one. I really applaud you for forming the police commission. I have always supported it. I think that we have a great opportunity to get great transparency. And please don't blow it by putting someone on there who reminds me of Steve Rocco. Thank you.
Sam Lizardi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm here to speak on behalf of my friend, my brother, Fernando Delgado, being placed into the position, a seat on the Police Oversight Commission. I can only speak to my experience of Fernando since first coming to meet him. I'm a transplant newbie to Santa Ana, and Fernando, since first meeting him, I mean, I've learned so much of Santa Ana, about Santa Ana through Fernando. Through the organization that I work with and the youth that I serve, he's really planted himself in, brought himself in, and he brings his young boy. He's an example to the other young fathers who are there with us. And anytime he speaks to our kids, we usually have circles to close off our group sessions where we meet with our kids. And anytime that he speaks to our kids, he speaks of justice, of being fair, of really having everyone at the table, and really appointing a gentleman like Fernando, someone who is speaking this way, someone who has this vision for our city. We would be placing someone at a seat who again would bring some of that equity to this table. And so I stand here really honored, and I'm hopeful for my brother Fernando to be able to be placed in this seat. Thank you.
Alex Montepec. I apologize if I said that wrong.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Alex Montepeque y trabajo en el Hospital Saucos Global Medical Center de esta ciudad. También vivo en esta ciudad. Estoy acá por el motivo que quisiéramos que el minimum wage fuera un poco más arriba, porque soy una de las personas afectadas del alto costo de vida que está en esta ciudad. Actualmente soy SPD Tech, Sterilization Instruments. También soy GI Tech. Hago diferentes trabajos. Trabajo desde 2008 en el hospital y me están pagando todavía $21 la hora. Estamos al frente de cualquier cosa que pase, cualquier enfermedad. Estamos expuestos a muchas cosas y la verdad que no nos sentimos valorados porque con toda la pandemia trabajamos. La gente no quiere trabajar, no tenemos CNAs, no tenemos enfermeras, no tenemos gente que quiera trabajar porque dicen, no, trabajar en un hospital no, porque están expuestos a muchas cosas. Pero la verdad que sí, estamos pidiendo todos, mucha gente quisiera estar acá, pero muchos tienen 2 trabajos para poder sobrevivir, no para vivir una vida de lujo, pero para poder sobrevivir necesitan 2 trabajos. Estamos pidiendo, no es mucho, es solo que pudieran poner a $25 la hora y para trabajar un poco más tranquilos, para sentirnos valorados y seguir haciendo lo que podemos hacer, tratar de salvar vidas. Y recibimos a todas las personas, no importa quién sea. Se me olvida cuánto gano cuando estoy ayudando a alguien, pero cuando regreso digo, valió la pena la ayuda, pero no vivo de ayuda. Necesitamos ayuda, no vivimos solo de muchas gracias, necesitamos también que nos valoren como personas, como trabajadores. Y le digo, son 15 años trabajando por $21 la hora en el momento. Mucha gente no piensa que porque trabajamos en un hospital ganamos bien y no es así. Son lugares pequeños, hospitales pequeños. Sin embargo, si están cerrados, sería un colapso acá en esta ciudad. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y esperemos que por favor nos tomen en cuenta. Gracias.
Thank you very much. That ends public comments at
Good
this time.
evening.
Oh, I apologize.
Good evening. My name is Alex Montepec, and I work at South Coast Medical Center, and I also live in this city. And I'm here because I want to ask you to help us raise that minimum wage. And I am affected by the high cost of living in the city. I'm a spirit tech and a GI tech. I have different jobs. I've been working in the hospital since 2008, and I only make $21 an hour now. And we are exposed to illnesses and things like that, and we don't feel valued, and we are working hard there. We don't have any help from CNAs or any nurses, and people don't want to work in hospitals. They're saying, I don't want to work in a hospital because I may get sick or be exposed to too many things. So some other people wanted to be here, but they can't because they're working 2 jobs, not because of a luxury, but because they have to. They have a need, and it's not a lot that we're asking for. It's only we're asking for $25 an hour to make our lives a little bit easier. To feel valued and to continue being able to save lives. So we receive a lot of people, we help a lot of people, and when I'm helping people, I forget how much I make. But then after work, I realize that we don't live from the things, we live from money. And I've been working there for 15 years, and I only make $21 an hour. And people think that because we work in hospitals that we make a lot of money, but that's not true. It's a small place. So we'd like to thank you for listening to us.
All right, thank you very much. Consent calendars. We're going to go into the consent calendar now at this time. Consent calendar items number 6 through 26 are before us at this time. Council members, please announce any items that you'll be abstaining from due to conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion. And I'll call on you right now to pull or abstain. Let me start with this way. Councilman Vasquez? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Fan?
I'd like to, announce my recusal for number 18 with Sidaru, as they are a client of someone at my firm, Rattan & Tucker, my employer, Rattan & Tucker. Thank you.
Councilor Becerra?
Nope.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, I would like to pull item 12 for comment. I just wanted to comment on this item very briefly and urge my colleagues here to approve this project. It'll help us create new restrooms across all of Santa Ana, specifically in Ward 5 at Angels Park. That is a park that desperately is in need of new restrooms, so I am very supportive of this item. Item number 14, I am supportive of this item as well. This gives
Can you just tell me which ones you want to pull
yeah.
and not comment? Yeah.
So 12, 14, I have comment, and then I would like to pull item 21.
Item 21? Thank
Yes.
you. Councilman Penalosa?
No items, Mayor.
Great.
Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and move the balance.
I'm sorry?
I'll go ahead and move the balance.
I'll second.
Perfect. Councilman Penalosa, second. Let's prepare to vote, please. We're going to approve the remainder of the calendar, consent calendar. You want to do a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. A motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Penalosa, to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 12, 14, and 21 pulled for discussion and comment, and item 13, which was removed by staff. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, at this time, we'd like to administer the oath to Councilmember Becerra's Youth Commissioner, please.
Yes, if
Nicholas
Nicholas Ortiz is present, if you could please come to the well.
I, Nicholas Ortiz, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you so much.
Can you give us 1 second? We need to clear up something here. All right, great. Congratulations to our new youth commissioner. Okay, item 12, Councilman Hernandez, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to inform the public that this item 12 will be bringing a brand new park restrooms to Angels Park, which is in Ward 5. So for the Downtown Neighborhood Association and residents who live in that area, I'm very excited to see this new amenity coming to our district. Item 14, I just wanted to also take this opportunity to educate the public. There is a park that will be coming to the Willard neighborhood, and this property acquisition will allow us to have a more spacious park for residents of the Willard neighborhood. I thank my colleagues here on the council for making this possible, and I know that our residents are desperately looking forward to having open space in Willard. That concludes my comments, Ms. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments?
Yeah, I have a comment on number 12. Thank you, Mayor. This is just a comment for staff. I want to make sure that when we move forward with Angels Park's restroom, that we make it closer to the street so that it's visible from people driving by. Because let's be real, the people that use the restroom are not using it to use the restroom. As I've gotten hundreds of reports of over the last 4 years of the activity that goes on in those restrooms. So I would hope that we do our best to keep those restrooms safe and have more visibility towards them. And that's it. Thank you. That's it, Mayor. And I'll
I'm sorry.
make a motion to move the items.
I'm happy to second.
I have a comment, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for the work that you've been doing. I know you've been hearing from us time and time again about when some of our restrooms are going to get, these makeovers that we've desperately needed, and to see Riverview included in that. I know that the residents are going to be very happy, and I just hope that we continue to see these projects and hope that they move along fast enough to start a new set of restrooms. So thank you again for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Councilmember Fenn, excuse me.
Public Works. Y'all are rolling deep. I'm so excited. There's like 6 of you here, but I just want to say Windsor Park, the restrooms there, Lonnie, Maria, Chris, all of you have literally been spamming my inbox for 2 years now. This one's for you. And, Heritage, the West Side is very grateful for the attention and work that I think in my 30 plus years of living in Santa Ana, we never got. So thank you.
I'll make a motion to move the item.
The motion, it was already made.
We have a motion and a
And we have
second.
second over here. So, all right, let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, to approve item number 12, the construction contract with MMC Inc. Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza,
Yes.
Councilmember Fan,
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, Mayor Amescua,
Yes, and I'm just confirming that I didn't hear you correctly. It's for item 12 and 14.
for item 12 and 14.
That was the motion.
Okay. Okay, everyone's okay with that? Then yes, then the
Yes.
vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries to approve items 12 and 14.
Thank you. I apologize, there's an echo. Okay, item 21.
Okay, and so item 21, I pulled this item because I had some concerns with this grant that was being presented. If we could have our chief of police make his way to the front, please. Thank you, Chief Valentin. I had some questions about this grant. I had a couple of different community members who had concerns about this grant. I'll go ahead and read the discussion portion of this grant. The United States Department of Homeland Security, DHS, developed the Urban Areas Security Initiative, UASI, federal grant program. UASI provides funds to local emergency first responders to enhance security and overall preparedness to prevent, protect, mitigate, respond to, and recover from acts of terrorism. Chief Valentin, could you give me a very brief overview as to what this grant will entail as far as, programming, and what does that look like for our department?
Sure. Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for the question. This grant, federal grant, began really post 9/11 and the attack on our country. And so this platform has to do with preparedness, mitigation, prevention, and then response, recovery of acts of terrorism. And so the investment is not when we discover that something may occur, it's long-term. And so We are one of two agencies in Orange County that serve as the financial oversight of the grant. It's the City of Anaheim and Santa Ana. We alternate years. We have the odd year, so we are currently serving in that capacity, and then we pass it off to Anaheim next year, and so on and so forth. So some of the examples of what comes from the grant is equipment, training, threat assessments. That also supports the Orange County Intelligence Assessment Center that we all seek services from. So when there's a piece of information, for example, involving one of our schools, right, and there's a threat, a possible threat there, that's one of the resources that we would go to. We also have terrorism liaison officers throughout Orange County, Santa Ana PD, probation department, every city, the Orange County Sheriff's Department. They're specially trained in recognition of pieces of information and link analysis in determining what if there is a credible threat and then what steps to take, right? So really training, equipment, preparedness, threat assessment, tabletop exercises. Last year we did one with Santa Ana Unified along with the Fire Authority and various other partners. So it's about getting everybody on the same page. We also facilitate training in the area of tactical emergency casualty care that's funded by this grant. The other night we had an award ceremony that some of you attended, and you got to hear firsthand officers from Santa Ana PD applying these skill sets in saving the lives of people based on the training that they've been provided through this program. And so this is not centric to just Santa Ana, it's the entire county.
Okay, and so part of where my concern comes from is, when we're talking about having comprehensive, good police training, I have to revert back to data. Our partner agency that you listed, Anaheim, is rated one of the deadliest police departments in California. American Civil Liberties Union filed a report in 2017, which was public. And it detailed in that report that Anaheim was the 9th deadliest police force in California. We have a very troubled history with Anaheim. I'm very limited as to what I can share, but the last time Anaheim was here was September 28th, and they committed terror in our community. The impacts of that terror are tenfold. There are families that have been impacted, and there are community members that have been impacted. Part of where I am worried about this partnership is their training and their constant, they're an agency that is constantly in the news for challenges that I just don't want our city to have to be dealing with.
Mayor, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I did just want to remind the mayor and the council that this item is to approve an agreement with SenseMakers for grant project and physical coordinator services, just to clarify.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, City Attorney, appreciate it.
But given Anaheim's involvement, I do have some concerns with them working in our city. Can you give me some clarification, Chief? Is this agency going to be working and training within our department and within our streets? I'm trying to understand the collaborative here.
So the regional training would be at our training facility at Centennial. It wouldn't be out on our city streets. That's where we would do the training, regional training for other agencies.
Okay. At this moment, I don't have any additional questions. I think I have everything that I need today, Chief. I thank you for your input and for the information, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Penaloza.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve the recommended action.
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote, please.
A motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to approve item 21, the agreement with SenseMakers. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes, I have a question. Do I need to have this on if we're not going to do the voting by the machine? Okay, I'm gonna turn it off, thank you.
The reason I'm doing roll calls is mine doesn't work at all.
Oh, I'm just gonna turn mine off, thank you.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
The vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay. Nay by Councilmember Hernandez. Motion carries.
All right, that's the end of the consent calendar. We're going to go to the business calendar at this time. Item number 27 is to appoint representatives to various regional boards. City Manager, may we please have a brief staff report?
Certainly. I will defer to the city clerk on this since it's an appointment of representatives.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Yes, this item before you is to appoint various representatives and alternates to the Santa Ana River Flood Protection Agency, the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, and the Orange County Council of Governments, OCOG. So at your meeting of December 20th of 2022, you did make various appointments to regional boards and commissions. At that time, the Santa Ana River Flood Protection Agency was not presented to you for appointment, and their executive director brought that to the attention of the city, so we are bringing it to you now for consideration. As well as at that meeting, you did appoint Councilmember Vasquez to serve as the representative to SCAG and OCOG. Unfortunately, he has had to resign from those positions, so the positions are back in front of you to make new appointments to those entities.
Okay, so let me start off by, we have the Santa Ana River Flood Protection and SCAG, and then an alternate for SCAG. So is there any council member up here who would like to be on the Santa Ana River Flood Protection Agency?
Having left SCAG, and I'll take the responsibility of the SARFPA.
Can you let me know when you want to talk so I know?
Yeah, I'll take on SARFPA. They meet at 4 o'clock, so it would be good.
So you would like to, we'll nominate you to the Santa Ana River Flood Protection Agency?
Yes, please.
And I'll second that nomination.
Perfect, okay. I'm going to do both of them together, and then we can.
Sure, so for the SARFPA, you can also appoint an alternate. That can be a member of the legislative body or a member of staff.
Oh, we can have city staff?
Yes.
Madam City Manager, do you have an alternate for us?
Caesar.
I would recommend our Executive Director of Public Works.
That is Nabil?
Yes.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate you, sir. Okay, now let's go to SCAG. Is there anybody want to make a nomination or volunteer?
If you're open, I'd like to nominate you to serve as our appointee to SCAG.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, if she's open.
By when do we have to make a decision to appoint someone?
The position is currently vacant, so in order to have city representation at their meetings, the sooner the better, obviously. They do meet on the first Thursday of each month. So there would be that, as well as they do also have a monthly, their annual meeting coming up.
And I see they have a conference also coming up.
The conference, yes, I believe is in the beginning of May.
You know, that's fine. I'll take it. Thank you for the nomination, Councilman Becerra. Oh, I like it. That's good to know. So you gonna second the motion or? Yeah.
I sure do.
How about Mayor Pro Tem, you want to be an alternate?
Sure, that's fine.
All right.
And just to clarify, Mayor, the alternate, for OCOG has to be the same representative as SCAG. SCAG does not have an alternate except for the purpose of the conference. OCOG does have an alternate. So in this instance, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, if approved, would serve as the alternate to OCOG, but there's not a standing alternate at SCAG. It's very confusing.
I got it though. I think I got it. I think SCAG's a 6-hour meeting in one day or something like that. Oh, thank you, Councilman Becerra, so very much. We'll talk later. All right. Let's prepare to vote. I believe there was a motion and a second. Let's prepare to vote, please.
So we have, do you want to take them together or the two items separately?
I'm sorry?
We can take them together.
We can do them together.
Together, okay.
Yeah.
So we do have the nomination by Councilmember Vasquez and seconded by Councilmember Penaloza for Councilmember Vasquez to serve at the SARFPA, and then for Public Works Director Nabil Saba to serve as the alternate. And then for the SCAG and OCOG, by Councilmember Becerra, nominated Mayor Amescua, and seconded by Councilmember Fan. And also, if I could ask that this direct me to update and post the required forms online. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Nominations are approved.
All right, we're going to now close these nominations and move to item 28. So let me give a little background first on this. Not background, really, just some guidance. And I met with the city attorney and also with the city manager. So thank you both for your leadership in this area. So what we're going to do is we're going to, Mr. Delgado is still present? Thank you, sir. We're going to have Mr. Delgado come up and speak, and I'm going to give him 4 minutes to speak. After that time, each council member will be given a short time to speak, 3 minutes. I checked with city attorney. There's some decorum, some rules, and then we can go back around if we need to. But that's why we're not, so that way we do not spend an extensive amount of time on this item. So, and please, if you want to speak, once I go through once, well, I'm going to go one time, and then I'm going to come back a second time, and then we'll vote. Okay, so this is the first time that we've had to do this, or that we've done this. And so, again, city attorney, thank you for your guidance. I appreciate it. At any time that you feel a need to step in, please do so. Pull that red card out so that we know the red card is out, okay? All right, let's get started on this. Mr. Delgado, if you can please come up. Thank you very much. Let us know when you're ready to speak and we'll start the clock.
All right, give me 1 sec. It's loading. Here we go. Sorry, you know how laptops can be. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, good evening, council. Good evening, mayor. First off, I come in peace. I know that there's some tension around this item, so I just want to let everyone know we're going to be okay. All right. I first want to thank Councilmember Fan for taking time to speak with me about this commission appointment earlier this weekend. And I especially appreciate you opening up about a subject that's very personal and sharing your perspective. So thank you on that. I also want to thank Councilmember Hernandez, Lopez, and Vasquez for your words and your support at the last council meeting. They didn't go unnoticed. Thank you very much for that. And finally, I want to thank Councilmember Fan Peñalosa and Mayor Amescua. Because even though you had your hesitations and your concerns about my appointment, you at least voted to give me the chance to come here and speak for myself. So I appreciate that. That's a show of true character on your part. Thank you. Before I discuss the commission appointment, I want to take a moment just to share a bit about who I am. Because I feel like at the last meeting there was a boogeyman caricature on who I am. So I want to just state for the record who I am as a person. First and foremost, I'm a father to a beautiful 8-year-old boy. His name's James. You've probably seen him sitting on my shoulders at one event or another. I bring him everywhere I go. And I work every day to teach him the importance of loving your neighbor, the value of perseverance, so that he can stand up against whatever challenges he may face. I'm an educator. Before my current position working at Accord, I was a teacher at a middle school for 5 years. I taught English, world history. I taught a media and journalism class. And it was a really rewarding experience for me. I do miss my classroom every now and then, but I like to believe that the work that I do now, I continue to be an educator in a different route. And I'm also a community organizer. Councilmember Lopez, you mentioned at the last meeting that I'm very involved in my neighborhood. I currently serve as the vice president on the HOA in my neighborhood. We have a very tight-knit community. Just this past weekend, we had an early Easter celebration for all the families, and the kids loved it. If any of you want to come by and meet my neighbors sometime, I'd be happy to give you all a tour. And last but not least, I'm a proud resident of the city of Santa Ana. I've lived in this city for over 8 years now. This city is my home. I rep it everywhere I go. I bring this hat even places where maybe it's not welcome. The history, the culture, the passion, the people power that I've seen in this city inspires me every day. And I love knowing that Santa Ana is on the vanguard for so many issues in Orange County, including with this Police Oversight Commission. Now, I say all this again to make it clear to anyone listening, to people in the audience, to the people in the council, that I'm not some villainous boogeyman. I'm someone who's dedicated and I want to serve my community. Now, on the question of why I want to serve on this commission, throughout my time here in Santa Ana, I've learned a lot from community leaders, elected officials, activists, journalists, anyone who's really involved in the community about what are the struggles and everyday experiences of the people in this city. And I've worked alongside various individuals, organizations to bring these struggles to light and to help improve the quality of life for residents in this city. And anyone who knows me well, they can tell you that the work that I do has always been based in a deeply rooted desire to serve those members in our community who have historically been ignored, dismissed, who aren't offered a seat at the table, those working class residents of the city who have been kept out of the political process through one way or another. That's the role that I will continue to serve as a commissioner. I will work to represent those marginalized and forgotten pockets of our city, and I will ensure that their stories and their perspectives are taken into account. The opening lines of the oversight ordinance reads, "The purpose of the commission shall be to improve transparency, increase the accountability of, and public confidence in the Santa Ana Police Department." I take this responsibility very seriously, and I know how important it is for our residents to have full transparency and accountability from their local government, especially when it comes to the conduct of law enforcement in our neighborhoods. The ordinance also states that the commission should represent the diversity of the Santa Ana community. Now, I know that there are certain opinions that I may hold that you may not all agree with, but the fact is, we have a very diverse community and they all deserve a voice. I want this commission to succeed, and I promise to serve as commissioner with the utmost integrity, to remain impartial when evaluating any issues related to police in our city. But most importantly, I promise to always represent the best interests of our community. Thank you. I'll
Thank
take
you,
any
Mr.
comments or
Delgado.
questions.
As I instructed, I'll go down, and then you can answer the questions. Let me start this with Councilman Vasquez, and again, we're on a time. We're going to follow the guidelines that the city attorney gave me, so you have any questions?
Yeah. What qualifies you to be in this position that we're appointing you to?
I think if you look at my record, if you look at some of the work that I've done in the community, what I really strive to do, as I mentioned in my comments, I'm really working to just bring to light some of the struggles that people in our city who they feel that they don't have a voice here, or they don't know how to get involved, or they don't know how to learn about how their city works, or how they can impact change or advocate for their own neighborhoods. That's the kind of work that I've been doing. And I work to educate people on this is how your city government works. This is, if you want to go give public comment, here's where you go. If you're not sure who to reach out to address issues in your neighborhood, here's who you can talk to. And I feel similarly with this commission. I'm very passionate on the issue of not even just public safety, but just I like to know that our city is doing the best it can to ensure that kids can grow up in a safe neighborhood and flourish. So I study very closely just what are some of the best ways to improve public safety beyond just incarceration, criminalization. I study these things. I study the history. I look into what are the policies that actually serve this end and what are some of the policies that are counterproductive to that end. So again, I'm an educator. I study history. I study English. I study journalism. I feel that my experience in these fields has made me very competent when it comes to digging into these kinds of issues.
You have a minute and 24 seconds, Councilman Vasquez. Anything else? Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so, well, first, apologies to our staff because I know you've been working all day and the circus that this council put you through during our last council session, I think is unacceptable. And for you to sit through this interrogation, I think, is a waste of your time. So I apologize to you. And I also just, want to apologize to Mr. Delgado because from the comments, because I went back and I listened to them, I wanted to understand what the real issue was. And, to me, it seems like it's a personal vendetta against you based off the comments that we heard from people from this dais. And that's why we're all here today, having this conversation. And so my personal opinion is that this is just retaliation, to you because you express a different political view, you supported a different political candidate. Those are all the things that were said here explicitly. And so, I think it's an issue with me because as I've said in the past, and I think that the bigger issue here is really, people pretending to be these pious human beings, these purists, when we know that they're not, right? And holding people to a completely different standard that they don't even hold themselves when people are not looking or people are not listening to what they're saying. And so that's the thing that we don't like about politics, right? People pretending or people wielding their power to make themselves feel bigger or more powerful. And, that's why I don't need to humiliate anyone to make myself feel any of those things. I'm very secure with who I am as a human being, the work that I do in my community, and I know firsthand the work that you do in your community. I've seen it. So many people here have seen it. And so specifically on this topic with this commission, I think this issue the council created. Because if you all remember, when we were talking about establishing this commission, I had advocated for having rail guards in place as to who should serve. You should have some sort of background in employment law, in POBAR, right? It shouldn't just be whoever. But those recommendations were not supported, if I remember correctly. And so when we treated this commission as any other commission that just, I can pick a friend or I can pick whoever who supported my campaign to be a part of this commission, it creates this unfairness now that we're trying to establish, right, with you specifically. And so, all that I can say is that it's okay for people to have a difference of opinion. It's okay for people to not agree on everything. And especially with with this commission is so important. We said, yes, people from law enforcement should be able to sit on it, right? And if you were to ask me as a family member to, PD, I am comfortable saying that, yes, I would be biased.
Mayor Pro Tem, our time's up, please.
Thank you. I'm going to wrap up quickly that I would be biased. And what I said last time is that everybody has their biases. So again, I'm so sorry to you and to everyone, to our staff. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Fenn? No.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado, and thank you for taking the time. So I'll just get straight to the point. We are all held to what we put out into the world. And when we adopted this commission or fought for this commission, it's about giving a fair, or at least to me, it was about giving a fair shake to anybody who shows up in front of you as well as anyone who files a complaint, right? It's building that relationship with the public. And so my question to you is, how can an officer who, had a complaint filed against them, who comes before the commission to be investigated, who then sees, your social media or statements, and that's fair. We all have beliefs and opinions. Can you be fair and impartial if the statements that you put into the world is about abolishing the police? Or am I mischaracterizing that?
You're mischaracterizing the statements that I put out?
Yes, or the organizations or links related, like that, or that I think there was a video someone shared about, police don't care about us or something like that. And so if an officer comes before you for a complaint and an investigation, can you be unbiased, fair, and impartial?
I do believe that I can be fair, impartial, and remain unbiased. I actually just had a conversation, I won't name names, but there was someone here who was staunchly critical of the kind of posts that I would make on social media. And we would get into heated back and forth debates in the comment section. I've learned to since abandon the comment section. Nothing gets done over there. But we had a face-to-face conversation here in this room. And we talked about what is my position when it comes to the issue of incarceration, when it comes to the issue of police. And this person who, I'm telling you, a year ago, they would have said, I'm a complete villain. We shook hands, and they said, I see where you're coming from. So I would just say in response to that, I do have to recognize that I have to take accountability for some of the things that I've shared on social media, and understand how it can be easily misinterpreted, especially when it's screenshotted out of context and just asserted as this is how this person feels. I do think, though, that if you have a sit-down conversation with me, and again, I've had conversations with several people here on the dais, you know where I stand. You know that certain things that are shared on social media are not representative of my true nature, of my true character. But again, I am learning. I got to say, this is a learning experience, like someone mentioned last time, where I have to be more cognizant of including nuance when I deliver my messages, because it can be misconstrued.
Thank you.
Councilman Becerra?
I actually was a no vote on even bringing this item back, but since we have the opportunity here, I would just like to ask you, did anybody force you to post those pictures that I showed to the community at the last council meeting? Did anybody force you to do that?
Can you elaborate? Which post are you referring to?
The two that I showed where you were sitting in the back of the room and you saw me hold up, did anybody force you to post those two photos? Yes or no? Just simple yes or no.
There's context there, because
So
one of the
somebody
posts.
forced you?
Can I elaborate?
Sure.
I think this is what Councilmember Lopez was talking about when it comes to the posturing and the just blatant content that you have. One of the posts was shared on a page that I am associated with. I don't think you have any evidence that I was directly the one who shared that post, do you?
So we're not going to go back and forth. You're not going to question. Just answer the question, and then if he has no other ones, then we'll move on to Councilman
I respect that, Mayor
Hernandez.
Mezcua, but he is trying to put me in a corner with this
Mr.
yes or no
Delgado,
question.
we've never done this, and so as the city attorney has made it very clear to me, as a chairperson, I can let it happen or I can stop it. So I'm just trying to get through
I understand,
it. So
I
just-
understand.
If you could please just answer the
Yeah,
question.
well,
Thank
my
you.
response to that would be one post regarding Vietnam. That was a story post that I shared, but I would just say that, again, I had conversations with several people about that post, and I recognize that it may have been insensitive. And again, I recognize now that probably should require more context, but frankly, it has very little to do, in my opinion, with this Police Oversight Commission. The second post, as I stated, I don't think you have any direct evidence that I posted it myself. Do you, Mr. Becerra?
It's not back and forth.
Okay, then I'll leave it at that.
So I'll just say for my colleagues, as I mentioned before, I did not support bringing this item back. I only showed two of the numerous posts that show Mr. Delgado's bias towards police. In fact, his opinions that lean very heavily, if not right on, dismantling police departments. So I do not feel, in fact, I strongly believe that you would not support what this commission is about, which is to improve, not dismantle, improve law enforcement operations. So Madam Mayor, when the item is called for a vote, I will be a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mezcua. I have two questions for you, Mr. Delgado. Question number one is, can you be objective and neutral with matters that may come before you as a commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. Question number two is, what is your background when it comes to civil rights and civil liberties? Can you tell me about your experience in that area very briefly?
My experience in the area of civil rights, I can't say I have any direct professional experience, but I do have a lot of experience, especially in the last few years. I'd say during the 2020 uprisings, when people started having a reckoning and discussing what are the issues around police and how can we improve how our communities and police interact. During that time, I did a deep dive. I was on the ground talking to protesters. I was talking to people on both sides. I had conversations with law enforcement. I had people who were shouting "Blue Lives Matter," waving flags in our face, and I had conversations with, like, tell me your perspective. So I would say my experience is that I'm someone who goes in and tries to absorb as much perspective as I can from as many different views as I can. And I try to formulate those perspectives into a coherent, how would you say? Into a coherent approach to how can we improve our communities and how can we address some of the core issues that we face. in the
you,
work
Mr.
that I do right now. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Delgado. For the sake of time, I wanted to just apologize. This is something that we have never seen before. This is a practice that I have never seen in my 30 years of living in Santa Ana. And I do want to touch on the images that are being mentioned. It's incredibly dangerous that there was one image that was shared out of context and it was presented as truth. Are you telling me that one of the two images that was presented was one of my colleagues was misleading the public in presenting that as truth?
I would say that it is a very dangerous road that we're going down if a council member can suggest that a post that is shared on social media just by association is enough to disqualify a resident of a city to participate in a commission like this.
Thank you. And my concern ultimately lies upon that. This commission is not discussing Vietnam. This commission is not discussing affiliate organizations. This commission is discussing police oversight, a tumultuous issue with people on different sides of the spectrum. There are going to be people on this commission that are law enforcement officers, and they're going to be very disgruntled members of the public that share that, and that is their First Amendment right. I fear that we are starting to enter the area of political censorship. I do feel that you are being discriminated, and that is a concern that I share with my constituents.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. So there's no other comments. I'm going to speak and then we'll take a vote. Did you have any other comments before I speak?
Oh, yeah, because I had questions. That's why I was
So
asking.
you have another 3 minutes then, and if there's nobody else, then I'm going to just speak and take a vote.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate our conversation. We had spoken, I think, for about 45 minutes. I do want to say that there's been a lot of conversation about how the Vietnam Post has nothing to do with this commission. And while I do understand that it is not something that, you're not voting on what it says in history, but what it does mean is that you are also representing the people of the city. And Santa Ana was the first home of Vietnamese refugees who came here. And while I understand everybody has a First Amendment right, it's attributed to Voltaire, by Ms. Bell, that, I might not agree with what you have to say, but I'll die for your right to say that. When I became a citizen of this country at 16, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution as an attorney, as a council member, and I support that. That's what being an American is, right? We came to this country to have the right and the freedom to say what we want to say, but I also want you to know that it's not that it may be hurtful, it is hurtful. We've heard today from people who have lost friends, families, colleagues, and you can have a political philosophy that is different, but the reality is millions of Vietnamese people and Vietnamese refugees are here today and have lost their lives because of that. And to share something out of context without discussion on it is, at the very least, reductive and careless, and then at the very worst, well, we can stay there. But my concern is the bias. When I talk about having someone come to the Police Oversight Commission to have a fair shake, my biggest concern is an officer who did do something wrong. Hopefully that's never the case, but there's an officer who does something wrong. And because of whether it's bias, perceived bias, statements, comments, that because of that, they are able to appeal and overturn the decision of this police chief or the city manager, and eventually after we hopefully change the charter of the commission. That's my biggest concern, the bias, the legal bias that would really undermine what we're trying to do here in the city. Because I believe you when you tell me that you're willing to learn and learn about the history and why it's so hurtful and what that means to me as the first Vietnamese elected official in this city and to the community. So I believe you. But I'm really concerned about what it means for the commission and for the officers and for the residents who have to trust that the commission is going to be able to uphold its recommendations and ultimately its discipline. So with that, I will take a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, we're prepared to take a vote.
I do have another round of comments, Mayor Mesqua.
Start the clock, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I just wanted to close out on the topic of bias. This is a topic that is recirculating here at this dais, and I do believe that, I'm concerned about practices moving forward. Any appointment that comes from my district is a reflection of the values of Ward 5. In Ward 5, on Santa Ana Boulevard, within less than a mile of each other, there are two markers that display the pain of the public when it comes to police relations. Off of Santa Ana Boulevard in Baker, you will find a cross right across the street from a church that represents the death of Ernesto Canepa. Walking distance from there, on Bristol and Santa Ana Boulevard, there is a mural for Brandon Lopez. There are symbols of pain all around our community. In my district, my concern is that these opinions are not being welcomed on this commission. And this is a dangerous practice that we cannot condone here at the Santa Ana City Council. My concerns with bias are that one of my colleagues is singling you out due to how you have used your First Amendment right. Your First Amendment right is something that we can't take away from you, but we can disagree with how you've used it. Bias is subjective, and that ultimately is something that each of us here have to understand. I have my political beliefs. I did not lead with a political party when I ran for office, because my job is to represent Republicans, Independents, Democrats, and everything in between. So when I ran for office, I didn't lead with a political party. I led with values. And so when I look at what is happening here before us, I am very concerned, and I want to urge my colleagues on this council, you do not want to set a precedent moving forward on this topic of police oversight by silencing our democracy. Our residents have a right to have different opinions. When we talk about Vietnam, this is something that impacted Americans and Vietnamese residents across this country. The Chicano community has a stance on Vietnam, and we protested. Hundreds of thousands of residents across California fought in opposition to what was happening in Vietnam. This topic that is being discussed today is one that impacts many of us, but the focus of what we're talking about is bias, and we're talking about police oversight. It doesn't mean that we have to have a Blue Lives Matter sticker on our car if you sit on this commission. It means that you can sit on this commission if you disagree with police as well. And so I want to remind my colleagues, as a member of this council that was here and championed this oversight commission, this is a commission that is made for people with different opinions. And that is my closing comment, and I would like to make a motion to move forward with Mr. Delgado's appointment.
So we're not going to have a motion yet because we have another person that wants to speak, and then I'm going to speak, and then you can go right ahead. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Since we're reminding each other of certain things, let me remind my colleagues that the agenda says a nomination. It doesn't say appointment. It is all of our responsibilities to scrutinize nominations. Last meeting, someone brought up Tim Rush. Said, you know what, we should be looking at Tim Rush. Now, if Tim Rush was going around tearing down historic buildings, I'd be the first to tell Councilmember Peñalosa, remove Tim Rush. But anybody that knows Tim Rush knows that that would be the furthest thing that he would do. In fact, he leads monthly tours of downtown and other neighborhoods to celebrate our history, and he's on our Historic Resources Commission. So if he was going around tearing down buildings, if we had someone on the Parks and Rec Commission that wanted to pave them all over, I can go on and on. So the point is it is not unprecedented, or at least it shouldn't be, for us to scrutinize nominations. Now, we've talked about folks having different opinions on this Police Oversight Commission. Councilmember Vasquez nominated, and we voted to appoint somebody that I personally disagree with on some of his opinions. But again, that diversity of opinion is something we need on this commission. But unless I miss something, I don't know that Councilmember Vasquez's nominee, now appointment, is going around advocating for something to the tune of dismantling our police department. So if we're going to remind each other of something,
Neither am
let's
I.
just remind each other.
I said neither am I.
Please don't interrupt.
Mr. Delgado, do not interrupt, please. This is a very formal process, please.
So I'll just conclude with, this isn't unprecedented. Don't make this something that it's not. We should be scrutinizing each other's nominations, and we are doing that tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so I just have two questions. One, thank you, Mr. Delgado, for coming up here and answering the questions and presenting yourself. I really appreciate it. Some of the council members have not, they've been here longer than I have, but in 2008, I was actually nominated for a commission, and at that time, the council members that were sitting here voted no, and I respected it, said thank you, have a nice night, walked away. And now I'm sitting here as the mayor. So one day you may be sitting up here, and it's a learning process for all of us, okay? So, and I say that in all seriousness, you know, things happen. But I do want to ask you, have you ever been on a police ride-along at any time?
I have not. I would be very intrigued to participate. And I would say, because I think what the core of your question is, do you know what it's like on the other side?
Nope, that's not what I said.
Okay, sorry to assume.
Yeah, we don't want to speak for me.
Go on.
So my question was just really simple. Have you been on a police ride-along?
No, but I'd be more than happy to.
Okay, thank you. And you and I did meet when you were representing a court at that time. And so then you did reach out to me via email, and I was actually out of the country, so therefore I did not respond to you. But again, I do appreciate you coming up here and answering the questions. And so I understand that, you know, some council members may feel that it's not about Vietnam, but I think Councilmember Phan explained it very well, because it is, to me, it was personal, but that's just me. City Attorney, may I ask you a question, please? I don't have any more questions for you. If you want to just sit down, you're more than welcome to.
Okay.
Thank you. You can go ahead and sit in
Okay.
the front row if you like, wherever you like, actually.
Actually, could I just share one more comment? Would
No,
that be okay?
thank you. But
Okay.
thank you so much for everything. And thank you for coming up again. City Attorney, so I have a question that I know you can answer this, I hope. I believe you can. So, does this expose the city to any possible liability or any violations of the rights of officers? And I don't know the answer, and that is why I'm asking it in this way. So I don't want any council member up here to think I'm doing anything hinky. I'm not. I just want to know, because as we know, police officers have POBAR rights. So they would come before this Police Oversight Committee, Commission, and if this is brought up, you know, during a case, but for me, it's a liability for the city. Would this create any liability for the city, in your opinion? And if you don't have a yes, no, or you're not sure, I just want some sort of guidance, if you can possibly give me that. Or give us that.
Give me just a minute.
Sure, no problem. Go ahead. And I do want to thank all the council members for respecting the process and taking your time to do this as well. This item on the agenda. City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. My understanding is that the Oversight Commission will not make any final determinations on matters of discipline. They make recommendations and they review. Now, that being said, you know, the purpose of the commission is to improve transparency, increase the accountability of and public confidence in the Santa Ana Police Department, and to provide for an independent oversight director. There are provisions, you know, as to what the council should look for in making appointments to the commission, including the kinds of qualifications that people should have, and whether they are fair and impartial.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was not here when this commission was created, and so I watched them from home, but I don't recall all of the requirements around this. So thank you for answering my question. I just want to be sure about the liability for our city. That is our job, to ensure that, we don't end up in a predicament that we don't want to be in. And so, all right, thank you. At this time, I believe Councilman Hernandez, you made a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Councilman Vasquez, there's a second. Let's prepare to vote. Could you roll call, please?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Can we be reminded what is the motion again?
To approve the nomination.
You want to read this out, Mr. Clerk, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez, to appoint Fernando Delgado to the Police Oversight Commission as the Ward 5 representative. Councilmember Becerra?
No.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
No.
Councilmember Fan?
No.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amescua?
No.
The vote is 3 ayes, 4 nays. Ayes by Councilmembers Hernandez, Vasquez, and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Motion fails.
Great. All right, thank you. Let's go on to item 29. So this is, I'm going to just start, if you don't. This is to discuss and direct the city manager to direct staff to implement a temporary promotion freeze for police management. It says police management on here. It should say, and I'm going to amend it because that's what I have here in my records, police sergeant / management promotions until at least 90% of the current vacant police officer positions are filled. Let me give a little bit of background here. The council members have the information up here. There's some attachments. This is not an attack on police officers, because as all of you know, I'm very supportive of law enforcement and our first responders, always. This is about public safety. This is about a quality of life. This is about keeping our patrol officers that are out on the streets safe. This is about response time. From 2016 to present, criminal activity has increased in our city. And then you'll get different answers. You'll say, hasn't increased. You'll hear them say there's no increase. You'll hear people say there has been an increase. There has been. Exponentially? No. But is there an increase of crime in our city, criminal activity? Yes. Do we have a problem with addressing the homeless issue? Yes. Do officers, are they working overtime? Yes, they are. And so many hours of overtime. And so the reason I brought this up is that there are promotions in the police department, and if they qualify, great, promote them. I have no problem with that. What I do have an issue with is that, and I'm going to pull up this picture here that I have because I need to look at the exact amount. And we have 44 sergeants that work. 23 are on patrol, and you have the attachments. Everybody should have the attachment up here. You have a MET sergeant, a sex crime sergeant, a CCU sergeant, a WASC sergeant, a chief of staff sergeant. That's the chief of police's chief of staff. You have a PIO sergeant. You have the quality of life sergeant. The POA sergeant, I did not see this on there previously until I pulled it again, and then you have it again on here. I'm just giving you a few. Commanders, there's 14 commanders, 4 patrol watch commanders, training commander, special investigation commander, metropolitan division commander, IA commander, CID commander, community engagement commander, north and south commander, traffic commander, so it's 14. So we currently have 31 vacant police officer, patrol officer positions, and 1 sergeant position. Back in 2019, I recall hearing the chief at that time say that we were going to hire 50 police officers right away. That was in 2019. We currently have 9 officers in the academy, and that'll take about a little over a year and a half, maybe a year and a half to get them on the street by themselves. And I believe we have 4 in background. So let's talk about this for a minute. Commander's base pay is about $230,000. That's not including everything that they get. A commander bilingual pay is about $232,700 and change. Sergeants are around $192,000. It's not including overtime. And if you want the exact numbers, I can give them. I've done a lot of research on this. And again, this is about having enough officers in our streets to respond to calls. And we may have questions, and please, I ask you to call up Chief Valentin if he's here. This is not an attack on anybody. This is about the fact that Santa Ana PD has taken too long to hire police officers. Across the country, there is a shortage of police officers. Across the country. Everybody is offering a $10,000 incentive here, a $5,000 incentive here, refer a friend here, and I really appreciate it when we hear from Santa Ana PD that we are not lowering our standards, and that is not what I'm asking. But what concerns me as not only the mayor, but as a community member is that we do have wonderful patrol officers, all of our officers. But I would not like to hear on the news, I don't want to hear on the news that we didn't have enough officers to respond to a call. We are short 31 patrol officers. Commanders do not go out on the streets. Sergeants do. The 4 watch commanders do not. And you can disagree with me, and some people can shake their head, but the reality is that Santa Ana PD, we have, again, 44 sergeants, 14 commanders. And the commanders do not go out. And if I'm wrong, I'd love Chief Valentin to come up and share with me. They have their own take-home car. We pay for the car. We pay for the gas. If you look at the org chart, you have the chief, an executive assistant, chief of staff, a legal advisor, an executive officer that handles internal affairs. We have a PIO officer. And I'd like to know if we have, under that POI officer, we have another officer that handles all of social media. Is that officer out on patrol? Or is that officer just doing social media? Because we can hire a civilian to do social media. You do not need an officer to go through the police academy to handle social media. And so there are some concerns that I have because we should be making every effort to hire 31 additional police officers. I believe it was last year, this council, before I joined here, approved hiring 8 additional officers. That has not occurred. How many officers are going to retire this year? So you're gonna hire 14, 15 will retire. You hire 10, 20 will retire. There's a lot of things that are pending, whether who's going to retire or why. And so this is not about an attack on our police department, because you all know, and people watching at home, that I have never attacked the police department, and I will not. What this is about is the quality of life and the safety of our community. Because when they call to address homeless issues, our officers are busy responding to calls, our patrol officers. Therefore, sometimes they can come, sometimes they cannot. Again, the watch commanders are not going to jump in a car and go answer a call. And most of the commanders that are sitting in their offices or wherever they're not going to jump in a patrol car and answer a call. If we have an officer working for our PIO, that person, he or she should jump in a patrol car and go answer a call instead of working on social media issues. That is a lot of money to work on social media issues. Because if you are just a regular entering police officer, a patrol officer, police officer academy graduate, bilingual and non-bilingual, you start about $94,000 and you could top out about $115,400 and change. A police lieutenant, the max is $194,592 and change. And is that including the 15% for a college degree, 5% for receiving a good evaluation, 100 hours of management time, 2,000 hours of sick time, 4% of pay plus additives, $75 cell phone bill. I could go on and on. The issue and the problem that I see is that we really need to focus on hiring police officers, patrol officers. Madam City Manager, Santa Ana College is a great partner with us. And I know that they have been looking to have a relationship with us to help recruit officers. And that is hopefully something that we can look into. So my ask is that at this time, because we are short 31 patrol officers and 1 sergeant. So right now, we are funded for, I believe, Chief, can you come up? Or Madam City Manager, maybe you can answer my question.
Actually, I'm very glad that you suggested the chief does come up because, as you know, I only got to do a limited review of what it is that you submitted with this. The policy for you to submit a report isn't in place, but you chose to do one. And as you know, I got it the day that it was to be published. So I didn't get to do that thorough of a review. I did make several corrections to it, including one of your attachments. So I'm very pleased that you are going to let the chief engage in the conversation on this
And
item.
just to be transparent, you and I had a long conversation about it. So yes, I did submit it. You and I talked about it in my office. So I appreciate your comments, but there was conversation. So it wasn't just thrown out there. It was you, myself, and Mr. Soto were in my office, and we did have a conversation.
No, Mayor, what I was referring to is the policy that you have yet to approve would require the item to be submitted a week in advance. So
Correct.
I did receive it the day it was due to the clerk to actually be published. I had less than 2 hours to look at it.
Okay, well, I appreciate the comment. So again, this is not an attack on police, and so we are down 31 police officers and 1 sergeant. And so I just want to be clear, whenever we start talking about police, people's danders kind of go up. And so this is not an attack. This is about getting, downtown has police officers that have been there. You have 1 officer that's been there for 6 years. Downtown love him. That's great. But I'm talking about patrol officers. And so tell me, are we down 31 officers, Chief Valentine?
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity and the question. And so following City Manager form of government, I also had very limited time to review this staff report.
Okay, hold on 1 second. So it was posted, because I know you got it the same time it was posted. So it was posted on, what day was it posted?
Tuesday, whatever the day is that's required. Yes.
Last week.
Yes.
Okay, so you've had a whole week. So I just want to be clear, because I don't want you to say you didn't have a lot of time, because I know that you read it, you saw it, you actually sent an email out to your troops saying FYI. So you did see it. So I want to be honest up here, please, because you know
Absolutely.
I do support police.
Absolutely.
And I support our department, and I want to make sure that we're here because I am concerned about the shortage of officers in our city. We are top heavy and we don't have enough patrol officers. So let's have that discussion.
Okay, and my comment was in reference to when I was aware of the posting. It was just a couple hours prior, but in any event. So again, thank you for the opportunity, and really in a very quick manner, put some research together, and I want to speak to those points and facts, right? Because those are important here. So when you look at the sergeants, you have a matrix of the sergeants and the commanders. We have 44 sergeants. 29 of them are in patrol or supporting directly frontline policing. That's 66% of all sergeants in the organization today are in field operations. Commanders, we have 14. 9 of the 14 are in field operations, directly leading, managing, guiding, supporting line level officers and sergeants. That's 64%. Let me take you back, and I don't know how far and broad I can go here. I have a lot of data. It's at least 6 years as serving as chief. When I took over, we had some watches with 6 police officers, citywide. So you go to a cover watch, 2 to 2, 6 officers citywide. Today, you go to the same watches, and they are full. They are full. So I staff a police department centered on patrol operations, core of core services. When you call, or any resident calls, they want to know what we can do. They don't want to know what we can't do, right? And so how quickly can we get there? Over the past 4 years, consecutively, you've seen a downward trajectory trend line in response calls for service, priority 1, 911 calls, over 20%. That doesn't happen because there's officers and detectives assigned to assignments outside of patrol. That happens because we prioritize with intention that patrol be staffed first and foremost. And so 4 years doesn't happen in a vacuum. When I took over, we had upwards of 18% vacancy rate. That's 67 police officers. And these are facts, this is math, no one can dispute this. So we had 18% vacancy rate. Put together a strategic plan. Some of the people that worked on that plan are here in the room tonight because they're vested. When we see something like this, we have concerns and we want to clarify the record here, right? So after a strategic plan was put in place, we did in fact hire in 1 year 50 police officers. That hasn't happened in this city in over 20 years. City HR couldn't provide me any additional data. It only went back 20 years. 50 police officers, 1 year. And Madam Mayor, I'm so glad you mentioned not lowering the standard. We did that about 25, 30 years ago, and we found ourselves in a big mess with officers engaged in a whole host of misconduct, including criminal misconduct, lowering the standards, right? The other point that you made was regarding this is a #1 issue, and it is. I belong to various organizations across that are representative across the country. International Chiefs of Police Association, California Police Chiefs, Orange County, currently serving as the president. The research will tell you, PERF, the Police Executive Research Forum, will tell you that this is the #1 issue. This isn't just Santa Ana inability to recruit and retain. That's not what we're talking about here. Post the George Floyd murder, because that's exactly what it was, there has been a disinterest in public service, not just in public safety, but in public service across the board. My colleagues are struggling to hire people, to do the variety of different public services that we provide. Those are the real facts. I just came back from a Chiefs conference, #1 issue. Crime, much lower, right? They go hand in hand, of course, if you don't have staff to respond. But that's the #1 issue, and the research will tell you that. Let me speak to this notion of being top heavy at Santa Ana PD. I'm short of 33 years, so I have a little bit of historical context here. We have shrunk the management ranks over the decades. Again, factual here. So you fast forward today, and again, after seeing this item on the agenda and an opportunity to dive in a little further, we looked at 12 agencies here in Orange County. Santa Ana, of course, Anaheim, Buena Park, Costa Mesa, Fullerton, 12 different agencies, including the Sheriff's Department and Long Beach PD. The sworn management ranks to officer is 1 to 20. 1 to 20. We're the highest of those 13 agencies, including Long Beach. The Orange County Sheriff shows a little higher, but they didn't give us their non-sworn management ranks. So that doesn't provide full context. So we're 1 to 20. You got some agencies that have, there's an agency, and I don't want to call out specific, but a coastal agency here in Orange County that has a chief and 4 captains, and they have, about 230, 240 officers. That's not the structure we have. We operate extremely lean at the top. Now, with regards to promotions to sergeant and commander, sergeant, as you may know, is first line supervision. When we look at critical incidents that have occurred across the globe, but certainly our country, and I'll take you back to Rampart. What was the issue with Rampart and LAPD? There was a lack of engaged supervision and a lack of presence. And then those that did show up didn't do their job. So we need supervisors at every possible opportunity, not to micromanage, but to provide the necessary guidance to our very young workforce. You go to a patrol roll call today, the average time on is about 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years on the job. Many of these young men and women are not even 25 years old. And so if you do the research, they're still developing, right? But that's just our reality. So we need good, engaged, supportive guidance by supervisors, managers, or commanders. Again, I've already spoke to the ratio. We're extremely thin at the top. And so to not have an appropriate number of managers to provide guidance to those supervisors just further exposes us to liability. So if you look at any major critical contemporary policing issue, it's a lack of engaged supervision and management. That's it. Any police executive across the country will tell you that. And someone could dispute that. That's their personal opinion. In the senior management ranks here at Santa Ana PD today, there's over 600 years of experience. 600 years. That's got to count for something, right? And I think we know what the focus needs to be because we heard from the community. Our strategic plan, our 5-year 2019 to 2024 strategic plan talks about focusing on core police services. That's how Santa Ana PD has been built, at least for the last 6 years. That I can tell you, I can assure you based on raw data, right? Let me just make sure I cover a couple other points.
While you're looking, let me just ask you.
Sure.
So you mentioned, top heavy. So your commanders, do your commanders go out on the field?
They can. They don't go regularly, but they can, certainly.
So they don't go regularly?
No.
But they can?
Sure.
But not regularly?
Correct.
Okay.
They're managing an entire watch,
Okay.
or in the case of a division, they're leading an entire division.
Which they also have sergeants that they oversee who are, like you talked about, watching the patrol officers, supervising patrol officers.
Traditional
You said,
paramilitary
yes.
structure. Yes, ma'am.
Young officers, they're training them, correct? They're part
Sure.
of supervision. Okay. So, because I just want to be sure, I want to be clear on that. Your commanders do not go out on the field. So, and again, because if they did, we wouldn't have 31, we wouldn't be short 31 officers. That's just my whole point. Do you know how much overtime, Chief, that you have used for probably a couple things, but most of it, or a large portion of it to cover shifts? Do you know how much overtime you've used? So in 21-22, it says budgeted $4,560,350 and change.
Mm-hmm.
Actual, you went over 5 million, almost 6 million.
Right.
In 22-23 overtime, the budget was 3 million and change. You hit almost 5 million and change of overtime.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, I know this is a good agency, and I don't know what questions my peers will have or what their position will be. I'm not questioning that, Chief, at all. And I know that across the country, you talked about George Floyd and, why people don't want to be police officers anymore. I get it. I follow your social media. I think it's great. A civilian can do a social media job for you, not a police officer making almost $200,000 a year to do Facebook or Instagram or make videos. I think that's kind of my point, is that we have really good officers and we are a good agency. My point is that we need to do a better, and I know you don't agree with me, and I know, we've known each other a long time, so I understand. the point I have is that if you look at our overtime budget, and people in the community and even some people up here, which I'm not speaking for them, will talk about that the police take up a large portion of our budget. And yes, you do, and yes, I support it. But then when I start to look at, shortages and how many are we hiring, where are you going to hire them? Why are we not working with Santa Ana College? I think you're on the foundation.
Yes,
Are
ma'am.
you not? So, why are we not working with them closer so that we can maybe create an academy program there? We have it at Golden West College, so we can attract local young people from Santa Ana who meet the background requirements, can become police officers. And I know we have several officers that are from Santa Ana that work for you, so I do appreciate that. And I know you sit on lots of different groups and you chair and this and that. My concern is that we need to hire more police officers. So all I'm asking my peers, and whether they vote for it or they don't, it's really up to them, because public safety is the number one issue here. But if you look at the overtime money, it's crazy. It's a lot of money. And if I get down right to the dollar, we may find that it is for covering shifts. They're 12-hour shifts, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So
if we have, go ahead.
If a sergeant works a 12-hour overtime shift, that's about what, $1,200, $1,300 for the 12 hours. So if we had more officers, we wouldn't be dipping into so much overtime. So all I'm asking is a temporary, and again, my peers may have questions for you, a temporary freeze on promotions, not forever, a temporary freeze until we can hire more officers. You have 9 in the academy and 4 in background, so that's great. That's great, but 31 is that's a large number. And again, when I hear from my community and they say, I call them, they don't come. My response is always, and I know it's not always factual, it may not be to you, it could just be like, they're not being honest, but that's what they tell me, so I'm gonna go with that. I wanna hire the 31 officers. I'd even like to hire 50 officers, but I'm not sure we have the budget for that, especially with the current overtime budget. So I'm gonna stop there and I'll let the council, my peers up here, if they have any questions. But again, it is not to stop them permanently. It is until we get more boots on the ground, because our city deserves that when we call to say, hey, there's these homeless guys, because I've called 911. Right before I got elected, I called twice in one day, and I called a councilman sitting up here, and I was like, oh my gosh. Not only did I get yelled at by dispatch, but it was extremely awful and nobody came, because it wasn't a priority call, and I understand that. But the community wants officers to respond. So that's why I brought this item forward, and you had since last Tuesday, and I do appreciate you doing some research on it and talking about all the great officers that we have. Again, we do have great officers. And I will remind you again that, in my opinion, we shouldn't be paying an officer to do social media. That's just my opinion. I'm not the chief, so you are. But I will stop there, and if any of my peers have any comments.
Can I respond to a couple of the areas?
Sure. Can you wait till they ask questions? They may answer. They may have the same questions. I don't know. Anybody on this side? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, for the record, that nobody's taking a vote tonight. I know it was mentioned that people will vote tonight. No one's voting on anything tonight. It's simply a discussion.
My apologies, yes.
Yeah, but I guess, Madam City Manager, my comment would be I understand the intent of the item, and I also do want to see our funded vacancies or filled in our police department. But what I'd be supportive of seeing at this time is maybe come back at a later meeting with information that I could see of how many vacancies, how many sergeants per shift, how many officers that are not sergeants report to the ratio of officers to sergeants and whatnot, before I could fully support this. The question, and I don't know if Madam City Manager, if you want to defer to the chief or not, but with the social media post, I don't, is it sworn officers that are in charge of the social media? From what I understand, it was your executive assistant, correct?
So I have a social media coordinator that this council, previous council approved, who does this full time. And then there's recently added a police officer. So you are correct, Madam Mayor, added a police officer. Why did we do that? When you look at, again, contemporary recruitment, there are agencies a third our size with a half dozen staff, sworn and non-sworn, doing nothing but social media mining. And so I have one officer assigned there. Not permanently, not forever, but you've seen kind of the synergy since that officer's been assigned there. I've heard the feedback. You can agree with it or not, and I'm not a social media expert. I recognize the value of it, right? But the primary person is a civilian. And we look to civilianize at any corner, any one of the four corners of the police department where it's appropriate to support the front line. Example, when we talked this right-sizing phrase here, when I looked at the organization and where all the assets were, we had detectives assigned off-site. And I looked at the math. How much money were they bringing in from these task forces? It was entirely upside down. We were there because we were part of the originating team members, right? And so I brought back 7 detectives from there. And that didn't happen overnight. That was a big to-do, right? We are one of the originating agencies in a task force, and we pull them out from the county. But why did I do that? Because we got to take care of our own backyard first. That's just one example. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. Thank you, Chief. Okay. I guess that's all the comments I have, Madam City Manager, and thank you, Chief. Is basically just being supportive of seeing an informational report come back to us of what the staffing what the staffing issues are at the police department, if there are any. That would be it. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other, Councilman Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. I am worried about trying to fill up the positions too fast, and I know there's a lack of people applying for the jobs, but we do want quality people in those jobs. We've been hoping to get the right people in, and I know you're taking your time with that. You mentioned your vacancy rate when you came in. What was the vacancy rate?
18%. When I took over, it had gotten to as low as 20+%.
And where is it? Where is it now?
8% with the vacancies that we have. 8%.
That's 33 police officers. That's a lot. But I like doing comparables because I want to make sure we get it right. So comparable to other cities our size, what's a normal vacancy rate for cities like us?
Well, again, looking at the 12 agencies, which does include Anaheim, Newport, Huntington, they're small, but smaller, but Long Beach is included here. They're 840 officers. When you average those 12 agencies plus the city of Long Beach, the vacancy rate today is 7.4, if they were being honest with us, right? If they gave us all of their full and true data, okay? But we had to do this very quickly. 7.4% vacancy rate in the sworn ranks. We're at 8%, 8.6. We're set to hire 5 in the month of April. That brings us to 7.3 vacancy rate today.
Okay.
This month.
And for recruitment, what are we doing for recruitment? Because we need another 28 after that 5.
Yep. Thank you for the question. Santa Ana College, that is in our backyard. No excuse why not to be there. That's one of the things that we put in place is when was the last time we had recruiters walking the hallways, attending those events? COVID did slow things down tremendously, I get it, but we have an imprint there. Just had a conversation with the president about what else can we do, right? In-person conversation. So that pipeline is already there. And it's not just for police officer. We have dispatch positions, we have corrections, we have a whole host of service needs throughout the organization. So we look there. We do a lot of the traditional stuff as well. There is value in bringing in military veterans. They bring a certain perspective and experience base. But we like to also recruit locally, local talent. When you look at the backgrounds at some of these officers when they're introduced at the academy, and then when I swear them in their oath of office, Godinez graduate, Saddleback graduate, Santa Ana High School graduate. That sounds pretty local to me. And so that's a focus. That is an intentional focus that we've had, and we'll continue to have it. Talking about standards, I don't believe it's a good practice to lower standards. Some agencies here, even in Orange County, they allow beards. No offense, sir, you have a nice beard. But a beard in uniform, we run a traditional organization in terms of appearance. And so some agencies have done that, and they've allowed other appearance alterations. We don't allow that. And in addition to that, everybody goes through a chief's oral. That was not in place 6 years ago. So I get first interaction just before a conditional job offer. And for those watching, some of the questions are, what do you know about my city? What do you know about my city? And it's also required that they go on a police ride-along, ironically, either cover watch or graveyard. If you're getting to a point where you're going to be potentially offered a job offer, you have got to have been in a car with a Santa Ana police officer, not in place 6 years ago. What are the questions there? What were your observations of my city? What were your observations of the officer that was in the car with you? How did that shift go? What were your observations of demographics, et cetera?
I appreciate the answer for the 8%, but there's 33 missing officers, and I wouldn't like to be the norm, but I don't want to tie your hands either. I want to make sure we have the people that you believe should be in the places they should be. But I'm just hoping that we can hire as fast as possible of quality servicemen, but appreciate your response. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Christine, my first question, City Manager, my first question is going to be for you. Can you give me your professional opinion on this, please?
On a temporary hiring freeze?
Yes.
I would recommend against it because included in there are sergeants. And as the chief had mentioned, those are your frontline supervisors. And when you do have a very young demographic in the police department, and when you're hiring, bringing in a lot of new people, it's critical to have that supervision. And those sergeants are also, they're members of POA. So this would impact promotions in both POA and in PMA.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Chief. Well, first, before I go into my questions for you, I just want to say that I don't support a phrase of promoting SAPD officers. I think that is, for anyone looking to apply to the department, and I hear of a hiring phrase, that would set off alarms in my mind about the stability of the department and potential future opportunities for me to grow up the ranks, especially now in this economy where we're seeing a lot of layoffs with tech employees. And so coming from corporate HR, a hiring freeze normally tells people or employees that something else, not good, is coming along to their way. So I don't support it. And, I just think it's another way to demoralize our officers. If you have been in the department and are clearly qualified, why wouldn't the department promote you? So I think that's for me, it doesn't work. And so this council approved a hiring bonus. This council approved hiring more officers. And so there are factors completely out of our control, out of your control, Chief. We can't force anyone to apply. There are, to the industry. There are certain jobs that I know I don't want to do ever in my life, like customer service. Again, I used to work in downtown Disney. But, there are things that we've done, that this council has done to make sure that people apply. And, at the end of the day, you can't force folks to apply. But I hear that you're doing a lot of things in our local community to make sure that you're hiring Santa Ana residents to really embody that community first I think, spirit that you have and that you've brought to the department. And one of the things that I really like and respect about you, Chief Valentin, is that you are born and raised in the city of Santa Ana. There is no one better, in my view, to be leading this department. Somebody that understands the dynamics of our community, somebody that was born and raised in the city, and understands the different needs for our neighborhoods. And so I want to ask you about one thing that you briefly touched about, but also I read in this submission, it states from 2016 to present, criminal activity within the city has increased. Can you please verify if that is factual?
So again, statistics, depending on what month and year you're looking at, overall, the last UCR was down 3%, overall crime. There's various crime types that are reported there. There was a change in the reporting system, and not everybody's providing their information. We do. That's the last. It runs several months in the rear. There was a question as to why isn't it published every month. That's the reason for that. We did have a spike in gang-related homicides last year, and we tracked that for the past 20 years. And so the question is, what are we doing about it? Traditional policing response is the best way to address that factor. In addition to that, with the resources we have, again, centered on patrol, we've been able to focus on various areas of the city that maybe begin as quality of life, but there is a crime overlay. Example, East First, okay? South Bristol, the far west side. And again, I think everybody here is on the same page with regards to we can't have an officer at every corner 24/7, right? It's about prioritizing calls for service, 911, life, death, and then whatever resources we have left, we're gonna prioritize citywide. And that's the way the organization is built today. Patrol has to come first. It's why we exist. You call, the dispatcher collects the information, sends the appropriate resources, right? And any one of my command staff, beginning with the commanders, don't ask for additional bodies and specialty assignments. Because my first question is, what's the patrol number? What is the bottom line patrol number? And so I'm very concerned when information is haphazard or it's not accurate. And so we've been doing this for a little bit here. In the city here, in the PD. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to provide context and facts, and people can disagree, but the numbers are what they are.
That's the other thing that I really like about you and working with you is that you care about facts. Not alternative facts, not made up statistics, but actual numbers that your department can support, because it is you guys that do this work day in and day out. And so I think please get that information to the council tomorrow morning, because I understand that numbers fluctuate, but when I read something like that, that doesn't have a source or doesn't have anything attached to it to support it, to the everyday resident, that would be very scary to read. And I've heard from you in the past, I've seen some of the social media posts talking about all of the work that the department has done to decrease crime in the city of Santa Ana. And so again, I understand that it fluctuates, but please share that information with this council so that we're all on the same page. And again, I'm not supportive of the item. I don't need to see an informational report. I think that if somebody does a great job in the department, then they should be rewarded. They should not be told that, our priority is gonna be to just hire, because I don't see why you can't do both. And if you can't do both, please let us know, because that's information that I need to know so that I can have a different opinion. So that's gonna be it for me. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesquip, and thank you, Chief Valentin, for answering the questions that you're being asked here today. You touched on information. Are you alluding to some of the information being presented today isn't accurate?
Well,
That's a great question. Thank you.
I could probably answer that one in
Go ahead.
fairness to the chief.
Thank you, Madam City Manager.
When I first received the submission, which the mayor didn't need to do a report because since that policy isn't in place, yes, there was a lot of inaccurate information in it, and including one of the attachments. So my recommendation was to just do the statement without the report, but the mayor did want to have a report, so sat down and crossed out the things that were inaccurate. And so it's kind of was made on the fly. I was walking out on Tuesday with my briefcase and coat on when we had the conversation.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Madam City Manager. And what is your recommendation at this time? I know this is a policymaker discussion, but based off of the information that is in front of us, please give me your response.
So it's a discussion item for you. It's kind of unusual that we are engaging with staff because normally we don't engage with staff when it's a discussion item for the elected officials. But as I mentioned earlier, if you ask me my recommendation, I would not recommend a promotion freeze.
Okay, thank you. And then Chief Valentin, you mentioned earlier, I'm looking at the organizational chart. So you mentioned that the sergeants that we have in this organizational chart are boots on the ground and they do have the ability to be in the field. You mentioned 66% are in the field. Is that correct?
Yes, 29 of the 44.
Okay. That answers my question, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor Mesquat. So it really does trouble me that we keep hearing that there are 31 funded vacancies. And Chief, as you know, we pushed and pushed to get 8 additional officer positions funded in the budget last year. And when you were before us, you kind of said similar comments. We've hired 50 in 1 year. We can do it. And yes, I understand that there's a very, very troubling trend in many other agencies about hiring. With all due respect, not my concern. My only concern is the 27 square miles that's Santa Ana. So that's where my concern is. And you're right, we shouldn't be comparing ourselves to those other agencies, especially in that arena. Now, to your credit, you did come back to us in the fall of last year, and we're talking about a $10,000 hiring bonus for new hires. And so I appreciate that. Didn't know if that was gonna work or not, but I appreciate it because you came to the council, you heard us, and you were throwing darts at the wall, trying to figure out a way to attract more officers to our city. I guess the only thing that I want to thank the mayor for bringing this item forward. I think we have some amazing command staff, and obviously those command staff, many of them came up through the ranks. So obviously some great promotions that have been made. But I do see why the mayor put this forward, because it's a concern to me when I hear we're doing well in priority 1 calls, but what I'm getting the most concerns about expressed to me from my constituents, from my residents, it's what the police department may not consider a priority 1 call. So imagine living on Alton and your backyard wall faces the railroad tracks. Imagine the profane things that you hear at all hours. But those calls, according to PD's protocol, would not be a priority 1 call. And I understand that because maybe someone's life isn't in danger. But for our residents to have to live with that, and there's not enough officers to get out there because we've got officers racing around. I call it whack-a-mole. They're running around from priority 1 call to priority 1 call to priority 1 call. And, I would love for my communities or my neighborhoods in my ward to be able to say an officer's name. They know Officer Martinez. They know Officer Johnson. That's the person that serves them. But I understand when you have 31 funded vacancies, it's hard to implement something like that. One thing that I'm going to be advocating for as we move forward is an actual detail, not 1 officer, but a detail in downtown and on South Bristol. We have a lot of visitors to downtown, and it's important for downtown to be safe. South Bristol, and I'm sure people get sick of saying it, and I'll still keep saying it, 2nd highest sales tax generator in the city, 2nd only to the Auto Mall. And we have seen improvement on South Bristol, absolutely. But sadly, as I walk every day along South Bristol, there are more and more people that I don't recognize, and they're not people shopping at the stores. They're the people shooting up at the bus bench. They're the people that have decided to make the front door of Jack in the Box their place to go use more drugs. And when folks call me, they say that they've called PD, but it took them a long time to get there. But again, because it's not a priority 1 call. So, I am open, Chief, to you coming to us, as a priority to say, hey, we are going to do X. What is that? To get the best and most officers in here. I personally, as we talked about in the last budget, I would like us to fund 8 more officers this budget cycle. I want us to get up to that 400 authorization count where we have actually 400 funded officers. That was the goal, and that was stated in public. I want that to happen. But Chief, you're making it hard for me. It's hard for me to advocate for that to my colleagues who were skeptical, because some were, about whether we could hire these officers. Our residents want the officers. Again, thank you and your officers for what you're able to do on the priority 1 calls. But, it's the other calls that are impacting quality of life. It's, the folks that are panhandling. And I'll leave it on this. Last council meeting, I brought this up, the fact that over at Main and Dyer, which is in my ward, 213 calls for service and only 8 citations and 6 arrests. I can't imagine that's all that really would have come out of that if we had enough officers that could actually stop and take the time, run the warrant checks, and really address those issues. But again, I understand that our comps are running from priority 1 call to priority 1 call, but I see why the mayor brought this item up. I appreciate the mayor bringing this up because again, I think for us as council members, we're trying to address the concerns of our community, and the concerns that I'm hearing a lot expressed to me is that they're not seeing the responses that they would like on these non-priority 1 calls. And I in talking with you and others, obviously it's manpower. We need more officers. So again, I'm reluctant to support what is not a hiring freeze, but a promotion freeze, because I kept hearing the word hiring freeze. Mayor, you did not propose a hiring freeze, correct? Just so we're all clear. So a promotion freeze. I'm reluctant to support something like that, but like what you did with the $10,000 hiring bonus, I'm willing to try anything so that we get it done, where we can get these vacancies filled. So those are my comments right now.
Can I
Oh,
respond
sure,
to that?
sure, go ahead.
This is the budget process, apparently. And I appreciate your comment about you don't care about other agencies, and neither do I, frankly. But I do care about who we bring into our city and who responds to all of your houses and all of our constituents' houses. It's important that we have the right people. And so that's why the investment on recruiting the right folks and not just anyone. Agencies, even here in Orange County, as long as they pass the minimum qualifications, they're in the door. Okay? And I've shared with you the historical of what happened here in our city when we reverted to that. So we need to guard against that. We need to guard against that.
Well, Chief, real quick, I just want to interject. When I've asked you the question, and I've heard others ask you this question, does Santa Ana hire bad officers?
No.
Do you, because you do the orals for the folks that come in, do you hire bad officers?
No.
Then I'm not worried about that. I just want to get the positions filled. You're not going to hire bad officers, so you don't have to make the case to me about whether you're going to hire good or bad officers.
Right.
I'm trusting you to hire good officers. I've seen your officers. I know they're good. So just hire the officers.
I understand, and we're working on that, sir. It doesn't happen overnight. What I can say also, historical, because it's important to look at historical, a hiring freeze that devastated us. That devastated this police.
We're not talking about a
department.
hiring freeze.
I'm talking about historical. Okay. So when it comes to promotions, now you're talking about it was cited that it would affect not only the POA, but the PMA. And that could be a retention concern as well. The other thing is, my professional opinion, is we need the appropriate level of supervision and management. And if you look at the ratio, we're already flat. We're extremely thin at the top. I have to be on record, my professional opinion and recommendation is that we not stop this whenever there is a promotional opportunity. The way this is written, 90% of the current vacancy, no promotions until 90%. So I have to hire 31 police officers of the 33. Yeah. So I just want to be on clear record that what you're going to see is a bunch of young officers, inexperienced, naive, and immature, because they're still developing, as we know, out in the streets conducting police work. And a lack of the appropriate level of ratio of supervision and management and leadership. That's a bad combination. That's a recipe for something not good to occur. And I'm just, this is decades of experience that I share with you. Absolutely, it's a number one priority to fill every vacancy with the right people. Yes, sir.
I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Hey, Chief. As you know, I sent you multiple emails and asked a lot of information about the vacancy. So I really appreciate you coming, well, first responding and then also providing the additional comparisons. That was really helpful for me because I am not supportive of this item. I really appreciate why you brought it and the concern. I think it's really important that we do fill these vacancies. That's why when Councilmember Becerra brought up, adding 8 more spots, we were supportive of it. I don't want to see us having to use overtime, but that's the result of making sure we have full staff patrol. And I wouldn't want us to pull back on that just to cut down on overtime. That's a price I'm willing to pay to make sure that there are folks out there responding to calls. I think all of the comments you've heard, the critiques, the things we need to improve on, I think you're well aware of that, and I think that you're trying to work on it. I'm not supportive of this item because I know that there are going to be folks who have worked hard, who are trying to promote, and we shouldn't punish them because of an issue that I think is a little bit unrelated. Meaning, yes, we have a vacancy, we should do everything we need to do to promote that and continue to fill that. But if there's somebody who is really hitting all the high marks, we talk a lot here about building that trust, and I think that promoting those who have earned it is exactly what I would like to see, because I want to reward those officers who have gotten there. And so with that, I think that I'm glad to see everything you've been doing at the city council, on social media, and the push to hire more women officers, more officers. I know it's hard to get a job here. In fact, I try to get an officer from another city, and he's like, it's too hard. I don't want to do it, right? It's a lot more work and a lot more of a commitment to the community than the department that he was in. But I think what we're looking for is, I guess, whether it's a recommitment or the things that you're doing, what we can do to make sure that we do fill those positions. And if there's a big ask, make the big ask, and we can decide up here whether we can fulfill that and get you to where you need to be. So thank you.
So there's no other comments. So I appreciate you answering the questions. So I got all the information offline. So to me, it wasn't haphazard. And I appreciate the city manager's opinion. But since I was elected by my constituents in this city to serve them and to answer their questions, that's why I do what I do. And you're the chief of this police department, and I appreciate that. But I want you to work really hard on hiring. I'm not giving you a directive because I've been told we don't give directives up here, because for a couple of reasons. I'm sure the community will ask me about that afterwards. So there should be a lot more going on to hire people. Maybe your commanders can go out on patrol when we need them. Maybe the sergeants that are inside can go out on patrol. Maybe the officer that you put in for social media should be out on patrol. Because overtime is huge. I mean, everybody in this council, before I got on here, complained, with the exception of maybe 2 people, complained loud and clear. Oh my God, they were so against overtime police. Everybody, even people that are just arrived, was, the police budget, it's so much, we give so much to the police. So I sit up here and I'm like, it's great. And I'm not afraid to put things forward. And you know I'm not, you know me well enough that if I got an item, I'm gonna bring it forward. I'm also not gonna hide how and why I did this. So for people to sit up here and say, rah, rah, thank you, yay, but nobody talked about the overtime. So when the budget comes, please do the big ask. Because then I hope we can get to 500 officers. Because then nobody sitting up here can say no to you or to the city manager, because they made it very clear tonight that they all think things are wonderful. that yes, we need to hire people, but that overall it's a good deal. So I just want to be really clear on that. So I hope you come back during the budget to say, I'd like 25 officers or 50 more officers, because I know I'm going to support that. And I want to be able to increase the $10,000 hiring, recruiting, like come work for us, we're going to pay you $10,000. Now, maybe there's other reasons why they don't want to come here. I don't know. There's many things going on in this city. So I would just say thank you for answering the questions, and I can't wait for the budget. Because, well, first of all, again, I got this information off the site and the org chart you gave me about, so who's working. I mean, you've got a commander in here who you listed, and I think he's even, I don't think he's here. I think he's off duty, but that's a different discussion. So I didn't do this haphazard, and you know me well enough to know that I do my research, and I do it well. This is about my constituents asking for police officers to respond. And so I thank the city manager for her opinion, and she's never walked in your shoes, and I never have either. And I appreciate all the work that your officers do, and I can't wait for my council members up here that when the budget comes up and it's about police, and when their supporters come up here and say, oh my God, you're giving so much money to the police. Why? Because I heard it very clearly tonight, and everybody at home heard it, and everybody who's here heard it. How supportive they are of the police department and how they want you to hire more people. So my ask would be, heck, come back and ask for 50 more officers, because a city our size needs that. Because you know the census was not done correctly. We all know that. The times that we were in, people did not fill out the census. They say we're 300,000 and change. No, we are not. I would say we're closer to 400,000 people. So when I call 911, I want officers to come. When Councilman Becerra talks to his constituents and they tell him how they don't want to hear the noise in the back. They don't want to see the homeless. I mean, I hear it all the time. And again, it's not because we have bad officers. We need to fill the positions. So I know you don't appreciate being brought up here and answering the questions, or maybe you do, I don't know. But there was a reason why I did this, and it was because we need to do more, whatever it takes, not to lower standards, but just to hire additional officers. And the sergeants that are in-house, maybe they go work out on the streets. The commanders that are in-house, making a lot of money, can maybe go out and work some patrol shifts. So, because we get creative, right, when things get a little rough. And so we're down 31, you said 33?
33.
So we're down 33 plus one sergeant?
33 officers.
Patrol officers.
Officers, yes.
And how many sergeants are we down?
We are not down any sergeants today.
No sergeants, but
No
33 patrol officers.
Officers, yes.
Okay, that's so I want to make sure I
They
get
would
it
not
right.
all go to patrol. In total, the number is 33 today.
So you're putting sergeants with patrol, you're just saying officers in general?
Right.
Okay,
The
well, that's
classification.
good. That's good to know, because I will correct my numbers and I'll look at your org chart to see what numbers I have. So I appreciate you answering the questions. I appreciate the council members with their comments. And since you said you had the information available that Mayor Pro Tem Lopez asked for, that we'd get it tomorrow, because earlier you stated you did not have enough time, but apparently to do the research. So she asked you for some information. You'll be getting it to us tomorrow. Is that correct?
Part one.
The data?
FBI, yes. Just
Okay, so if you can get the data tomorrow, and as Councilman Penelosa asked for, I think he asked about ratio of sergeant to officer, is that correct?
Yeah, I just want to know staffing in general as we move forward. Not supportive of the direction tonight with this item, but would like to see just information to better make a decision as we move forward with this. But thank you,
Right.
Chief.
And again, when the budget comes, please ask. Do the big ask so that we can get it approved, because I know the council up here is going to approve your big ask, because apparently we need more officers. So thank you, Chief, very much for all the answers and for coming up and taking your time to answer our questions. All right, let's move on. City Manager, do you have any comments?
Just a really brief one. So, Mayor and Council members, we have our excellent adventure this weekend. The Parks and Rec and Community Services Agency is hosting it on Saturday, April 8th at Centennial Park. From 9 to 1, there will be age-specific egg hunts for children 0 to 10 years old beginning at 11. There will be golden eggs with special prizes in each one. It's a free family and community event. There'll be a petting zoo, train rides, entertainment, and the Santa Ana Lions Club is going to be hosting a pancake breakfast from 8:30 a.m. to 11 for only $5 per person. And if you want any more information, it's available on our website.
Perfect, thank you. Let's do council member comments. Councilmember Becerra.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I waited till the end of the meeting to express my appreciation regarding item 8 tonight for the LED sports lights that we will have installed over at the George Upton All Access Playground and the basketball courts. For the folks that have asked me almost every Saturday that we've been holding our office hours at the park about getting lights installed, I just want to say thank you to Hawk and City Manager and staff and Nabil Saba as well. Thank you for making that happen. I look forward to seeing them installed soon. I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank Senator Umberg and Senator Janet Nguyen. Senator Umberg had proposed SB 44 and Senator Nguyen had proposed SB 62. SB 44 would require the courts to advise a person who is guilty of selling or distributing fentanyl of the danger that it causes, and that if a person dies as a result of that action, that the defendant can be charged with homicide. That is very similar to what you have today with DUIs. And Senator Nguyen's SB 62 would impose an additional 3 to 25 years upon a person who is convicted of specified drug offenses with respect to a substance containing fentanyl. It was very, very disappointing that this week the Senate Public Safety Committee decided to sit on their hands. They didn't vote it down. They abstained. And so I just want to express my appreciation to both of those senators for having their eyes open and realizing the dangerous impact that fentanyl is having to our communities. And fentanyl doesn't discriminate. So to be clear, this is, really a nationwide crisis. But for us here in California, it's good to know that we have 2 local state senators that see the problem and are doing their best to try to address it. And so on a much more cheerful note, I want to wish a happy National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, especially for some of the folks that stuck around and watched the show tonight. So I appreciate that and want to wish everybody a good night.
All right, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I want to thank our residents of the city for tuning into today's meeting and for their engagement throughout this process that helps us improve our city. I also want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Becerra, for shedding light on the impact that fentanyl has had on Americans all throughout this country. On Friday, March 31st, San Jose's police officer executive, Joanne Segovia, turned herself in after allegedly importing drugs from overseas. I do hope that those charges also apply to people in positions of power in law enforcement, as this former executive of the POA was allegedly involved in over 61 federal cases where she was distributing or attempting to distribute throughout the U.S. So this is a topic that is affecting Americans all across our country. It's affecting people here in our backyard. It's an issue that we take serious, and I want to thank our officers who do help us get it off of the streets here in Santa Ana. I hope that we continue to place emphasis on getting this off of our street. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was called anti-police again today because I appreciate and I value libraries over a PAL program. So that's kind of fun. I'm an educator and I'm into books and I love books, and that's what nurtured me to become an educator. So I do value libraries and the library, that one specifically. The Pell program, we were told, is only open 3 hours a day from 3 to 6, 3 days a week. Now we have two buildings, a whole resource, two buildings that are dedicated to a program that's open 9 hours a week. And I want a library, and I'm anti-police. It's crazy. So what reduces crime? When you're saying we approve for more police, Madam Mayor, you're putting words in my mouth. What reduces crime is a healthy community. So when we want to reduce crime in Santa Ana, we go and have housing for families. We have jobs and education and opportunities. And when families are surrounded with nurture and care and love, well, they're not going to turn to crime. So as much as I appreciate the work of the police department, my values is I reduce nurture and care of the community to reduce crime. So for all you Santaneros, you know where I stand. I'm here for you, Santaneros. We're here to stand together because that's how we win. We nurture ourselves, we take care of each other. Have a good night.
Councilmember Fan.
You're so tricky. You change
I
it
was
up
looking at the
every
list.
time.
I apologize.
First, thank you to everybody who is watching, staff, everyone who attended today. I really do appreciate everyone's time. As someone who spends a lot of time at council meetings, planning commission meetings, watching some of our commission meetings via Zoom, I know how much energy it takes to come out and comment. So I'm just so glad that we're so blessed with a robust discussion here in the community. I did want to make a correction to kind of a quote I had alluded to earlier when we were talking about an item. It's Evelyn Beatrice Hall who said that I may disagree with what you say, but I will die for your right to say it. And I wanted to reiterate that. She was talking about Voltaire, but that's very important to me. So I just want to thank everybody up here who shared their perspective and all the members of the public who did. I wanted to say that, was it last week, 2 weeks ago? Sometimes the days get confused in my head now, but we did a tour of the Deemer treatment plant, and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez was able to join me. I hope the mayor will be able to join a future event, and it was fantastic. We had so many young people, interns, college students, young employees in our water department, Santa Ana residents, who were able to join us and learn about the Deemer water treatment plant in Yorba Linda. It is the treatment plant that treats the water that we import from Metropolitan Water District into the city of Santa Ana. And I know our water department is not here any longer, but they did just a fantastic job of taking us on the tour and educating our community. Because when we're talking about a silver tsunami, it is affecting the water departments, water agencies everywhere. And it is really important that our students and our young people know that there is a future in engineering, in STEM, in water technician, in water management, all the things that you can think about. It's a great job, and it has a lot of job security. So that was super fun. The other thing I wanted to mention that I was just really appreciative of our new Supervisor Sarmiento, for having an event, a resource fair, to talk about the changes to food stamps and other benefits that our residents, many of our residents, will be losing because of the changes to the pandemic benefits. And I had a really great time meeting with residents and the social services agency, and I'm really glad that we have someone who is going to work with the city and make sure that Santa Ana residents are getting the benefits that we deserve from the county. And we'll make sure, I'm sure all of us will make sure that the supervisor continue to do that work with our community. And the last thing before I forget is we will be having 2 free pro bono legal clinics in Ward 1 at New Hope Library. The first will be on Saturday, April 15th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We are working with a number of community pro bono and organizations, the Vietnamese American Bar Association, Southern California, Viet Rise, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Public Law Center, and Community Legal Aid to bring legal services, free legal services to anyone who wants to drop in at New Hope Library. It's going to cover housing, evictions, rent control benefits, immigration, U visa, Violence Against Women Act, asylum and family law, guardianship, child support, and restraining orders. The Vietnamese and English clinic will be April 15th, 10 to 2, and the Spanish and English clinics will be Saturday, April 22nd from 1 to 5. So find these flyers and share with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you. Did Councilmember Brinales?
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So first, happy birthday to Sammy, who turns 2 today. I love you so, so much. And for AB 1234, I attended the WELL conference in Van Nuys this past weekend, and it was the perfect timing because we had just gotten done with the, not done, but you know, the timeline was really great for me, being part of the Deemer plant tour and learning how the water gets treated, and learning really about our water resources here, and to be able to bask in that experience with Director Fan, I think was really great because it shows how committed we are to opening doors to people that have not been part of these spaces or welcome in the past before. And so I just want to thank you, Director Fan, Councilmember Fan, for including our staff, interns, community members, and for extending an invitation to us. I wholeheartedly appreciate it. And with the WELL specifically, there was various different water agencies and elected officials from throughout the state that came together to discuss what are the impacts of a hotter, more extreme climate in California and how that varies by region and the impact that it has on our ecosystem, and what changes do water suppliers need to make in order to adapt and combat the impact of a hotter and drier climate, which we know based off data is going to happen here more and more in the upcoming years, and really the strategies that can be implemented to mitigate the impacts to California, our economies, our communities, and our environment. And it was really great because I had the opportunity to share with different electeds about all of the great work that our water division does. And that was part of what we learned touring the Deemer plant. And I just want to thank Santa Ana residents for all of the work that you do in contributing to the water conservation here in Orange County. I don't think that you get thanked enough for all of that, for helping us reach not just our city goals, county goals, but really contributing to the state goals. And so I'm really proud of our residents for taking these measures so seriously. And I just want to also express thanks to our staff because I am so privileged to live in a city where I have clean access to water. I do not forget about what has happened to Flint. Years after that tragedy, they still don't have access to water. They depend on bottled water. And now with East Palestine and in Ohio and the travesty there, and how other water resources around them, like Philadelphia, have also been negatively impacted. And so I'm just really grateful to our water division. I trust wholeheartedly how you represent us on the Met, Councilmember Fan, and the work that you're doing there. And so again, I just want to echo your comments to young people, get involved with water, because when you go to conferences, when you look at those boardrooms, there is not enough young people involved. There is not enough young people of color involved in those conversations, and water directly impacts you on a day-to-day basis. And lastly, I just want to say it is Public Health Week, and as you heard from an EMT earlier today, public health care and other public health care workers, the work that they do is so critical. And having worked during the pandemic and having a sister that is a nurse, a former OCA member, our family understands the importance of public health workers in our communities, in our hospitals. And I just want to thank all of you, especially those that live in the city of Santa Ana, for your work, for your commitment to making sure that other people are taken care of and are healthy and are able to return to their families. So thank you for your work.
Councilman
Some of the staff already knows, but this past Saturday, I parked my car at City Hall and I walked down 4th Street to the train station, back around to Santa Ana Boulevard. The issues with the OC streetcar construction still continue, and I'm happy that our Public Works Director is still here. There are residents along Santa Ana Boulevard in the Lacey neighborhood that are suffering and continue to suffer because of this construction. I'm very happy that you sent that email earlier today, Nabil, or yesterday, about the issues that you are already aware of. Let's get on top of that. I've been asking for years to put OCTA on notice, pull their construction permits, whatever we need to do to get them to respect our community. And they continue to disrespect us and our city and our staff and our community, and it's not okay. So please, let's continue to hold them accountable for the construction work that they're doing. I know I bombarded Stephen Mendoza, I'm sorry, with pictures and text messages for 3 hours as I walked down to the train station. I got carried away. But there are a lot of issues that we need to, all of us, take care of along that route. With that said, last Wednesday was a very busy day. Started off at the Parrot Villa with Mujeres Migrantes en Progreso as we reunified lots of families, over 30 families that have been separated for immigration reasons for years. I saw abuelitas get reunited with their grandkids. I saw parents reunited with their kids, kids reunited with their parents, aunts and uncles reunited. It was very emotional, very tearjerker for sure. And I want to thank publicly Mujeres Migrantes en Progreso, and want to agendize that for another meeting, but I will let you know, Madam City Manager. With that said, there was also the GROW Conference, and Madam City Manager, my praises to you on such a great speech and update to our business community of what is to come in Santa Ana. There's a lot of growth, there's a lot of change coming, and some good, some not so great that we could still work on, but it's happening, and I'm happy to see development come to our city. And in the evening, we had the Santa Ana Police Department award ceremony to recognize a lot of our men and women in uniform that protect our city every day. And I cannot thank you enough for all the sacrifices that you guys make day in and day out in protecting and serving our community. I know I see our Officer of the Year in the room, serving as our Sergeant of Arms tonight, so thank you. I can't thank you enough, so thank you guys. Remember that the open line of communication with my office, whatever you guys need, always happy to be there for you. So thank you for that. That is it, Mayor. Sunday is Easter Sunday. Remember, take it as a remember that He has risen, and it is a sign of rebirth. So let's all remember that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Penalosa. So yes, Sunday is Easter. So for those that celebrate, enjoy it with your families and your friends. And yes, congratulations to the Officer of the Year that is with us tonight. You, myself, and Councilmember Becerra and Penalosa were at the ceremony for Santa Ana PD. It was a beautiful ceremony, celebrated all the great things that our officers do. So it was nice to be there. The GROW Conference was also a huge success, full to capacity, so it was great. Councilmember Pham, thank you for the invitation. As you know, I sit on the water board as well, but I have been on the tour actually all the way down to the Hoover Dam and spent a couple days down there. And it's the best, and water is amazing. What do they call it? Gold from the sky. So, but it's wonderful. So thank you for mentioning the downtown businesses, Councilmember Penalosa, because I get those emails as well. And I'm glad that you walked it, because we do need to do more down there. We do need to have a conversation with those CTA. Somebody needs to speak to them and hold them to the fire, because if this was the city of Orange, it would not be happening. Look at how fast they're fixing that fountain. It's gonna be, I was there today, lickety skip. It's gonna be fixed overnight. Why? Because it's Orange, it's not Santa Ana, so it'll be fixed very quickly. And because we don't say much, we stay quiet, which we shouldn't be. And I know some of us do mention things, but we really need to talk to OCTA, have another conversation with them, whatever we need to do. City manager, I know that Senator Umberger's given us some money. It should be coming soon, I believe. The conversation you and I had with him, and some of the downtown merchants will be getting money. If you have a list, I'm sure my colleagues and I'd like to know who is getting money and how much, because I'm getting calls from businesses down there as well, because some have been affected by the trolley more than others. And so the 1.7 million, I think, or 1.5 million, 1.5 million that's going to be dispersed, I think it's important for us to know what businesses are getting it and how much they are getting. And so if you can get that out, I know I want a copy of that. I also asked for an update with the joint use with the school district. If we can get an update, please, whether it's in an email or at the next city council meeting with the joint use with the school district. I will be meeting with the superintendent just to hear from him as well, see what we're doing together. And then finally, I'm having my coffee with the mayor on April 15th at El Salvador Park, which is going to be great because I have a lot of family there and friends, and so I'm looking forward to it. And again, thank you all for everything that we discussed tonight. It was a great meeting, and I look forward to seeing you all at our next meeting, which will be Tuesday, April 18th, and this meeting is adjourned.
Recording.